Quay, greetings. Quay, as we know, is Algonquin for hello. We haven't said that in a while. um, on the heels of our last video, where we talked about how the word colored basically is now supposed to have gone through a category shift, a categorical shift, you might say. And the United States, the number one American Indian genocider on earth, uh, is it's shifting to erase the fact that it was only the Negroes who were called colored back in 1924 and up to like uh, the 1960s. That was exclusively for so-called black people back then. But now the great shapeshifter, once again, the United States, the great shapeshifter, is trying to erase us once again. It's a series of erasures, and uh, it is the most deceptive practice politically on earth, I would say, for a government to do to a people. It's like your identity is not supposed to change every so often. And when it does, as we are learning as the first Americans, it's being done for two reasons. It's getting rid of you, but what I learned in doing the last video a little more clearly is that it's actually creating other groups of people. When your identity changes, it seems like it at best your old identity goes to someone else. Uh, and that's how a political genocide happens. I started to realize while doing the last video that ChatGPT is starting to use colored more than the other two, Negro and Black, because colored is the one that is supposed to now bring in every other race. Now, Black and Negro, they know, they know damn sure that they cannot pass those on to others, but they will if they have to. And we're supposed to sit up here and watch them do this and act like they're not doing this. So, what this led me to do, ladies and gentlemen, and we might have done this to a lesser degree in other videos, but now we're going to try to focus on this. We really need to get our timeline going and a comparison so that we know for sure that Native Americans, they are our replacements. Um, but they did not exist at the gate. And this started to happen, I believe. I know it has something to do with the civil rights movement because that's when they were really created, the Native Americans. Um, so where we would usually compare Indians to Native Americans, I think that's what we did last time. We looked at Indian and Native American to try to, you know, detangle that mess so we can stay in our lanes and see who was the older thing. The Indian is the older thing, and who was the newer thing, Native Americans. And I just want to thank the ancestors for helping us to have the tools and to, be able to unravel the raveling that this United States is doing. It's like the United States, and remember, we are peaceful American Indians when we talk about this beast. Yeah, supposed to be free speech in their system. But turns out, ladies and gentlemen, although we're called Indians, the United States is the biggest Indian giver uh, on the planet. They said we were Indian givers. And I think one time we said, or is it that you're Negropean takers? King James was a whole Negro. When we choose to use the term Negropean, it's a way to acknowledge that it was not Europeans as we know it that started sending colonists here. King James, as we always say, was a whole Negro. King James was a whole Negro. Someone did a great video recently where they pointed out the fact that he studied demonology. Yeah, but they were also talking about his sex life. Um, and it's just, I want to say this because even before I saw this video on where the person is talking about King James, I think the reason why King James, and we'll have to, line up some of these kings to see who of them were the most powerful. But one thing that I think I don't often recall, although I heard it, King James. I think the higher up you move in their, I want to call it like a coven, secret society, or, the way these nobility, the insidious ones, the ones that make subjects out of people that are way beyond their own uh, land masses. I want to say I do believe that in a death cult religion and a secret society set up, the more what makes you more powerful is the degree to which you are willing to uh, murder. And I'm starting to ponder if what made King James so powerful in this death cult type of religion was the fact that he murdered his own mother for position. Remember, in the last video, we talked about this kind of religion. What's hidden inside of it is a deity that promotes murder for position because the deity itself, when we trace back what a storm war chaos deity is, the god of monotheism is known as a storm war chaos deity. The oldest storm war chaos deity is Set. So when you line up, we say this all the time, but when you line up the characteristics of this type of deity, a storm war chaos deity is also a murderous deity. Um, uh, we did a video and where we looked up the type of deity that the God of Scripture, what he is called. And I decided last yesterday to watch a um, a video, and it was done with what made it kind of intriguing. It was an all people of color cast of actors that were playing the roles of Moses and, the whole King of Egypt sort of uh, cast, all done with all people of color. And that would be, that would have been your first so-called Jews. So the when we talk particularly negatively about the Jewish uh, Abrahamic religion, what is important for my listeners to understand is that I'm focused on the so-called Black Jews because they would have been the original ones. They would have been the uh, the priesthood, particularly the priesthood, because at the end of the day, it is they who are informing even the nobility. It is the priesthood that, and you'll even see that depicted in a film on, like, say, King David, where he was always being advised by the priesthood. So I was, I sort of went against my better judgment. And when I say that, I do mean that because we have to admit the story is very seductive of these original Black Jews. A lot of their story is based on myth or allegory, but I needed to watch this version to solidify in my mind, in my psyche, what I know. And that is that these are the Moors. These are the Moors. Moses himself, that character could be called a Moor. His name does begin with an M-O, and we know that some really rabid Moors, they go crazy when you just show them an M and an O, and they begin to start orgasming right in front of your face. Uh, so as well, we know that the character Moses is based on Akhenaten, and we all know that Akhenaten is a whole Negro. Akhenaten, in the very real version of the story, is known as the father of monotheism. And again, it's very uh, unfortunate that a lot of American Indians, I started to realize at some point that a lot of American Indians don't know what monotheism is. Uh, Namely, I'm thinking of a chief that I knew of, and we were having a discussion, and I'm here throwing monotheism out like it's a word, and it turned out that the chief didn't even know what monotheism meant. So, we take for granted that people who are practicing monotheism know what it means, but it's not always the case. I was shocked. And this is not to put anyone down, but it's just that it's sad that, it's very similar to the secret societies. We really don't, a lot of us don't even know what we're in. We don't know the wording, what it is, let alone what they're doing. So it's anyway, um, when you watch a film based on the character Moses, aka Akhenaten, and it's showing you certain things. So I'm watching this film on a black Moses. So we're not talking about typical Jews. We're talking about the original black folks that began to practice the new religion. It was new. Uh, it was the new religion compared to what the ancient Americans practiced, which was polytheism. So again, you're watching this film with an all black cast. I think it was a CGI film though. I don't know. There's something about the characters. They looked very real. I will say that. But I started to realize I think these are computer generated images. It was actually well done. If as far as production quality, it's like it wasn't, I wouldn't call it necessarily low budget. But if it's CGI, I don't know. So, you're watching this and you pick up little things like the fact that the deity presents itself like with thunder and fire and smoke. And you realize, you know, that do seem a little nefarious. And the fact that it turns the staff into a snake. It turns water into blood. And I'm looking at this with my new eyes. My ancestors giving out eyes. Go get some. That's what we used to say a couple of videos back. Get you some ancestral eyes. Um, and you're just looking, and I'm saying to myself, well, how come all the miracles seem to be kind of Well, I don't know. On the again, on the nefarious side, like it it's showing you the characteristics of a deity, and they're all seeming to be like, if you say you want to prove to an unknowing person that you are quote unquote God, you could do something like uh, you know, I don't know, make a flower bloom or something. Something, more on the benevolent side of malevolence. So I'm looking at the miracles that this deity is choosing to show Moses. This snake thing. Like, oh, you got your little cannibalism going on. It's just little key things that, like, it's just interesting. Like, I'm trying to benevolence the miracles that this deity will show. And then when the deity first appears, it's in a fire. When it first appears to Moses, it's in a fire, and we typically associate fire with hell, right? That's what it ends up being, in even in the religion. So it's just you start to see with different type of eyes. It's like, how come the deity always seem to be so sort of like the wizard in the Wizard of Oz? It's about making someone afraid, you know, and it's like, this is what, we are conditioned to accept as the the attributes of a quote unquote loving deity. I was just looking at this with new eyes and realizing how nefarious this is looking to me, you know. Um and I found it interesting that, the character of Moses, very much about reclaiming his identity. Akhenaten. You know, I'm thinking I'm thinking the real life character was Akhenaten, and he had a father or a grandfather that was called Tutmosis or Moses. And I'm thinking it's like they melded Akhenaten's real life character into perhaps one of his elders, either the Tutmosis or the Amoses, laid the groundwork for what he would do. And I think they might have melded Akhenaten's character with one of the Moses, his either Tutmosis or Amoses. And then history would meld their characters together into character of what is known as the biblical Moses. So American Indians that are very susceptible to this religion, they'll hear, an Indian or an American Indian like myself talk about it, and it's a way that they could be, sucked back into the religion, because to talk about it, it must be real. And oh my gosh, you mean Jesus was real and David was real? And that's not exactly what we're saying. But these characters are roughly based on dynasties. let's be let's just cut to the chase. Moses was connected to a dynasty. And the other thing I found interesting is that it begins right where Akhenaten would also begin. The next dynasty after Akhenaten, which would have been the Moses character, the next dynasty was headed by Ramses, and this was very much displayed in this film. So they really are picking up in with actual historical events. And according to uh, uh, the flow of history that Horace Butler provides us, he's basically saying that a major division happened in ancient America that left a bunch of Egyptians fleeing the Americas, and they ended up in Africa. This would have been Akhenaten. And then right after that, so in the film, it's depicted that it was someone, like it was Ramses' family, like a young Ramses before he became king. It's like saying that okay, if we were to line it up with the real story, it's looking like Akhenaten, the way they're portraying how he became a pharaoh. It was it was Ramses, a family of Ramses that found him, and they raised him. So if we, so is so it made me think, is this something that happened to Akhenaten? Was Akhenaten the reason why he was so against tradition? Could it have been that he was partly, part of another bloodline? Because that's what was portrayed when they're saying they found him, you know, floating in a basket on the water in the river, the Nile River. Could it be that Akhenaten, or are they trying to say he was uh, a slightly different beauty bloodline than the original Tamarians? Because he certainly had no love for the Tamarian tradition. And again, how I would interpret it is the priesthood are looking to create a new religion. So they would, you know, want a story like this to explain why they're tearing away from the say let's say the old world order. This is all, so the priest would need a story like this where they're saying that, oh, this person was not like the rest of them, when all the while it's the priest making up stories. It would be akin to what the United States would do with our identity as Americans. Like, they make it look like we are the ones calling ourselves these misnomers, but it's actually them. So that's what I'm trying to say. In the Moses story, the priest would make up anything to take some of the responsibility off of themselves and their actions. The same way the United States tries to not take responsibility for genocide of the original uh, Indians of America, so-called Indians, which were people that resemble Africans, but they are not African, if you can follow what I mean. Like, I think what's happening with the Bible characters is that you have a priesthood thinking of every angle they can think of to take responsibility away from themselves. So they would make a Moses character and say he was not of the bloodline. You see what I'm saying? Where they would do that same thing with, like, similar to what the United States would do. They would say that American Indians are not of the bloodline of the original Americans. So this is something that someone, a master manipulator, would want to create a character like Moses so that they can say, no, it's not us that's changing the religion. It's this character Moses because he's not one of your bloodline. And we know Akhenaten was a whole Negro. So we've gone off on a tangent again. And I do apologize because we talked about what we're actually going to look at today. Of course, it's another Chat GPT conversation. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so where typically we would have asked ChatGPT to compare Indians to Native Americans, today we're going to do something a little different. And this is, we want to figure out the correlation between colored and Native Americans, because the thing that Native Americans are now going to reach for to validate themselves is they're going to have to say that they were colored. And again, ladies and gentlemen, as we said in the last video, we're going to have to get your lynchings up. Who was celebrated when they were lynched? It would have been American Indians. You would, you, I was going to say you hardly saw. I'm going to say I've never seen the lynching of a straight-haired uh, Mongolian Native American. That is not what Jim Crow was about. And so now the spin masters are going to have a really rough time trying to make Native Americans as if they were the ones who were called colored, not you Negroes. That's an erasure, ladies and gentlemen. That's the United States trying to hide the bones, hoping to get a bone grinder, because they want to take away our identity yet again. And these really actually think they can work with an entity like this, an entity that is out to literally swap your identity for someone else. You think you can work with that? You trust these freaking presidents? You don't think they have an agenda? You're not worth the copper tone that you claim. You have got to see an enemy for what it is. I want to focus on quote unquote white people, but I don't think American Indians ever stop to think that it's always been the legal system in the United States, the government itself, that has been doing you the most harm legally in their world. This is legal. It is not random white people who have nothing to do with the law. You got to look above that level. And so the Jim Crow era, let's go back to that. Who was the Ku Klux Klan hunting down? Native Americans. Were you being chased by the Ku Klux Klan, Native Americans, in a very colored only type of world? You think you were colored? Are you sure you ready to put them shoes on? If you thought we were coming for you or on fire against you before, when American Indians finally figure out the cost of being called colored in Jim Crow South, you Native Americans better head for the hills of Mongolia. You don't want to, you don't want to, you don't want to play with that. You will not be able to live this one down, Native Americans. Not lynched. You were not hunted down. You were not colored. And now all they're gonna have to redo all the damn Jim Crow movies they ever made because they always show us in those movies, right? We were colored then, right? Where the hell did you see a fucking Native American being colored in those films? That was the propaganda. The United States telling the world through movies how to look at American Indians who were being called colored, not Native Americans. So let's get to this. Peru getting all worked, Jim Crow South. Well, I should, especially when there's a doppelganger saying me, 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 me. You want to be colored? You sure? You want to be colored? Oh well, now you would be. You take it now that we paid the price for your ass, Native Americans. We paid the price for you to just put on that outfit, stained with our blood, and you think this is a game. Be called colored? You better think of something else, yo. You better think of something else. Don't let this have this United States have you looking crazy right now. They know what they did to colors, and it wasn't you. So let's look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I actually wasn't going to call this colored versus Native American law, but it's fitting. Anyone who uses print friendly, they have revamped print friendly, and they've taken away a lot of the control you have. They It used to be you could delete. You see that where it says colored versus Native American law? You could delete that digit for digit. Use the cursor and backstroke until you take away WALNACIR. And now what print friendly does, it has a whole thing where it puts a block on the whole text. It highlights the whole. See, now you go like that. The new system now, that's how you have to delete the whole thing. But you got to be careful because the cursor is very sensitive. You could delete it doesn't let you have that focus digit for digit. You have to delete blocks of text now, which is kind of annoying when you want to rename something. It's just a little annoying, these new features. Seems like they make up new features and it just fucks up everything. It's supposed to be an improvement and it's not always an improvement. Okay, so let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. I've talked enough, probably an hour already, right? Colored versus Native American in law. Who was colored in law versus who's just trying it on like a freaking sports jacket coming in under us. We give you everything, you Native Americans. You got your citizenship from us because that was a citizenship for the babies of African quote unquote slaves. You got your birthright, what they call birthright citizenship from Negroes. And you're going to stand here and try to argue with us? You need to be grateful. Everything that's made for us gets transferred to you, and you get to play Indian. You get to play colored. You get to play victim, and your victimhood is not up. You got to get your victimhood up. Show us where the Ku Klux Klan was chasing you down and burning up your house and shit. Go on, y'all better find another motivation. Um, let's go. Colored versus Native American law. So look at here we have the question. Hello, ChatGPT. Can I ask you if you can do a timeline to show the first time colored is used in 1924 in law in what? Okay, versus the first time Native American in any laws? Thank you. So let's try to read this with reading comprehension. Hello, ChatGPT. I'm sorry, can I ask if you can do a timeline to show the first time colored is used in 1924 in law versus the first time Native American is used in any laws, I should have said. Well, ChatGPT knew what I meant. Thank you. And ChatGPT says, yes, this is a very good comparison question. But thank you. Because those two terms come from very different legal eras. Really? Yeah. Here's a clean evidence-based time. Evidence-based? Okay, you better go, girl. Evidence-based timeline showing when each term appears in U.S. law and legal usage. Okay, so let's look at the timeline. Timeline, colored versus Native American in law. Number one, colored in law, earlier and widespread. So colored came first, y'all, and it was earlier. That's why it was first. And widespread, much more widespread than anything called Native American. So we go back to the early 1800s. That's before 1924. So colored, it goes before 1924. Native Americans appear in 1924. Colored appeared in the 1800s, early 1800s. The term colored appears in statutes, court records, and municipal codes across multiple states well before 1924. Native Americans, where are you? Native Americans, you fake asses. This is what I see. This is why you don't want to fuck with American Indians, Native Americans. This is why you don't want to fuck with us. You really don't. I know some of y'all got a little spunk in you. I know some of y'all got a little Indian blood up in you, but you're Native American. I don't know about that. I might scratch that, y'all. Getting too jiggy with it. Um, the term colored appears in statutes, court records, and municipal codes across multiple states well before 1924. And what is 1924 again, ladies and gentlemen? Why do we use that? Because that's the time when there were only whites and colored, according to what do they call that law? It was the racial integrity laws. Racial integrity. Okay? No such thing as Native American because it was moving from Indian to colored, not Indian to Native American. Let's read this again for the Native Americans who have comprehension issues because they a whole lie. Colored in law, earlier and widespread. The use of the word colored predates Native Americans. So if Native Americans were the first thing that the United States found here, how come they didn't put them in their 1800s laws, ladies and gentlemen? Because they didn't exist. Who was here, ladies and gentlemen? Colored, Negro, Black. Those three are synonymous. And when some youngin calls themselves wanting to take one of those misnomers, you better wear them all if you want to be a true quote unquote American Indian. You got to wear all your stripes proudly. So, no Native Americans, because you can take one and try to wear that colored because the United States is saying, please, could you please put this coat on? We want to see if it fits you too. Come on, put this coat on, put it on, put it on, put it on. And your dumb ass gonna put it on. Do you know what comes with that? Black and Negro. You know what comes with that? Jim Crow. You know what comes with that? Ku Klux Klan. You know what comes with that? Lynching your nigger ass. And you ain't a nigger. I know everybody call. See, they got us in a big old side right now, ladies and gentlemen. All the young people been calling themselves niggas, whether they white, East Asian, Puerto Rican. We got to be careful with that, ladies and gentlemen. See, they like that for play, but nobody trying to be a real Negro in Jim Crow era. You see, ain't nobody trying to be a Negro in Jim Crow, right? Native Americans. What? Why am I bothering them? They didn't even exist. Why am I bothering them? They ain't know nothing about this. Okay, let's read this again, ladies and gentlemen. The timeline of colored versus Native American in law. Number one, colored in law is earlier and widespread than Native American in law. It goes back to the early 1800s, before 1924 Racial Integrity Act. The term colored appears in statutes, court records, and municipal codes across multiple states well before 1924. Ladies and gentlemen, that means colored was the issue for the United States, not Native Americans. The United States didn't know what a damn Native American was. They was trying to get at them Indians, yo. Because before the colored, Indians was called Indians. They wasn't called Native Americans. Okay? Example. Okay, here's some examples. Let's keep it right there for a minute. 1820s to 1860s, Southern state laws refer to free persons of color, not free Native Americans. So there's an example of the term, well, that's color. That's the not exactly colored, but that's like a precursor to color. Now, see, ladies and gentlemen, to Indians, now Indians, you should know that they're talking about Negropeans. Now they lumping us all together, right? That's why they don't want to use the term Indian because they turning American Indians. Look, American Indians. If we want to be real with it, American Indian goes back to 1492. Okay, the term Indian is older than the term colored. So once again, you take Indian, and that is born in the Caribbean, right? Because Columbus came to the Caribbean. Are there any Native Americans in the Caribbean? Hell no. Hell no. At that time, there was nothing in the ballpark of Native Americans. That's why they kept using Indian because that's what Americans were called in South America as well as the Caribbean. So the term Indian outranks colored and Native American. Native Americans, are you in class today? You're not feeling well? You called in sick, did you? You have a spot of illness, are you? I need Native Americans in class today. Let an American, real Indian, school you before you go back to Mongolia in your heart. You got to go back to Mongolia in your heart first. So we got to get your mind right. Okay. So the 1820s to the 1860s, Southern state laws refer to free persons of color. That's another thing. Native Americans, are they in the South at this time? No, right? No, 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 no. They couldn't stand being in the cotton fields and tobacco fields. Don't associate them with no hard labor. Right, Native Americans? 1857 to Dred Scott versus Sanford uses the categories like Negro and colored in legal reasoning about citizenship. So, ChatGPT gave me more than I bargained for. Because now she's talking about Negro. That's the word they're trying to get rid of. So ChatGPT, for the record, has just associated Negro and colored as the same in legal reasoning. And we know Native Americans ain't trying to be Negroes, right? Well, they might try nowadays, right? Try anything to be American, right? Native Americans. You sure this is your homeland? Boo boo? You sure this is your homeland? You a whole Russian? You what? Supposed to be a prehistoric Russian from Siberia? I'm gonna keep reading these, ladies and gentlemen, over and over and over. This example that ChatGPT is given to compare colored to Native Americans, because they are not the same. They are not the same. It's different because I think the United States was trying to lump everybody under people of color. You see, that's where the Native Americans got confused. But they were not called colored exclusively. They were not called colored at all, okay? This is the United States came up with this thing. I think that was even later than the 1990s, people of color. I saw that a lot in, I guess it was the late 1990s, people of color communities and stuff. Oh, that's where y'all got confused? Oh, I see. You thought that being a person, a people of color means you colored? Oh, we might let you get that one off. But you're not colored. They try to lump you with a bunch of people that ain't white, but you see, there's a big problem with that, and it's called Negro. That make everybody run. What you're seeing, ladies and gentlemen, is the United States create what they have to do is create a whole bunch of misnomers for American Indians so that they can slowly pass them on to other people. And so, but it's all based on the American Indian because we're the ones that are losing our birthright based on their God. Christians, I think you really have to try to have a mind revolution because the deity you're worshiping is the one that's actually behind your genocide. As you worship and kneel before this beast, it's like it's taking a big eraser to your face and just you like going like you there praying and that thing got a big old eraser in your face going and you like, but I love you. Yeah, whatever. And you get up your whole face erase. Your whole face erase. That's why you be falling out and stuff. Because you can't see. Okay. It is interesting though when you get the spirit and it makes you fall out like you did. Well, that's because you're being genocided. That's why when you get the spirit, you slain in the spirit. It slay you, and then some other cretin takes your place, and you wake up and you ain't don't even exist no more. After they pull you off the floor, you done passed out, died figuratively, whatever. As some other cretin was just born. When you fell out on the floor, a Native American popped up somewhere. Well, better get out that church. Okay, so 1857 to Dred Scott versus Sanford. In that case, Negro and colored is used in the legal reasoning about citizenship. See, Native Americans, um, if they were the real American Indians, the United States would have to build what they call a birthright citizenship on them. But as we see, the United States was smart enough to know who the real American Indians were, right? And they built a quote unquote birthright citizenship on our nigger back. How about that? How about that? But American Indians, you don't want that. That's made for slaves. You are not a slave, American Indian. So even though they're creating everything based on you, it's not anything that you want. Now, when we get really, really down to the nitty gritty, we don't even want Indian. And that's just facts. After all this fighting, you think like, well, don't y'all did all this fighting as Indian. You don't want to be called Indian? Like every other people, we want to be called the name of the land. Until we learn otherwise, the name of this land is America, right? So who are we? We are American. Just like in the film Us, when Red said, yes, we are American. See, the whole idea of calling you an Indian is to take you off the land. This psyop is deep, y'all. It's just got layers to this shit. There's levels to this. United States is a whole psyop machine, yo. It's a mind manipulator. So 1857 to the Dred Scott versus Sanford. Oh no, 1857 was when Dred Scott happened. Sorry. So we use categories in law like Negro and colored. See, there ain't no Native Americans in the law. They brand new. How how can you be so brand new and say you was the first thing here though? Because you're listening to the United States. They are creating you. When the United States looks at a Native American, basically that is like the master edition of Mr. Potato Head. Yes, I'm dating myself. There was a toy called Mr. Potato Head, and Native Americans, they should be on the box of Mr. Potato Head. I made you, it's true. Mr. Potato Head, I made you. That's the United States singing that. Now they did make us too. I guess we was the first Mr. Potato Head. Yeah, you want to be first. You want to be as original as possible. So Native Americans is the last edition of Mr. Potato Head, the Native American edition. Born in 1924. Well, no, wait. The racial integrity. I'm sorry. Oops. I got that wrong, y'all. They born in the 1960s. Oh my God. 1924 is colored and white. Oh, I got it wrong. So sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Scratch that those last few statements. Let's set it straight for the video record, ladies and gentlemen. 1924 is when coloreds and whites are the only thing. Okay. And there's no Native Americans there. Okay. What happened, I believe, is in the civil rights era, when they were recreating Indians into blacks, they had to make a placekeeper called Native American. So that's why Native Americans are born in the 1960s when the United States is making Indians into like what is it? We are becoming now basically the first citizens to have that birthright citizenship. And then later on, ChatGPT corrected me. They said, no, the Native Americans, they don't get stuff first. You do. Oh, I said, oh, okay. You're right. You got that. They said, no, they didn't get citizenship right away. First, you did. Right. I'm the first one. I keep forgetting. Damn. And then the doppelganger. There's an order to this. So, yeah, they didn't get citizenship right away because they were still being born. They were just being pushed out of the United States vagina because they were just being born. So they can't get citizenship right away. You know, they brand new babies. Okay. Okay. So in 1865 to 1870, Reconstruction era. So the term becomes embedded in federal law and institution. The Freedmen's Bureau acts. See, what's happening, ladies and gentlemen, is Negropeans are becoming Indians at this time. And then Native Americans become like Indians. But this is the time when Negropeans is taking up our identity because they're creating all kinds of misnomers for black people, like free persons of color, you know. So this is when the Moors were the first ones to try to take our identity, as we say on this channel, right? And then they slide in the doppelgangers, okay? So in 1865 to 1870, Reconstruction era, the term becomes embedded the term colored becomes embedded in federal law and institutions. The Freedmen's Bureau Acts of 1865 to 1866 refer to formerly enslaved people as freedmen and people of color. Also, I got it wrong. People of color was used back in 1865, yo. Oops. Sorry, I was wrong again. Another point for coloreds, not Native Americans. Okay, so people of color go back to 1865, but it did get a revamp in the 1990s. People, because I remember groups that was, people of color this and people of color, you know. Um, so the term becomes federal. Colored is a federal term. Native American was, again, they wasn't born yet. Although the United States says it was the first thing here, United States. Say when they came to America, it was all these Native Americans. You such a liar, United States. That's why these Native Americans are so confused right now. We was confused too. Shoot. It's the United States doing all this, y'all. Creating all this. So if the Native Americans were here first, how come they're not mentioned in the laws, ladies and gentlemen? If you American, they're gonna, if you are a real, true, actual American Indian, not like these Native Americans, you're gonna be mentioned in the laws first because they're trying to get rid of you. And yeah, and that's what the laws are gonna do. When they had the what was that? The black codes. Wasn't there one for color too? Oh no, it's the Negro codes. Negro codes. Color it was they had the colored only in Jim Crow South where there was no Native Americans, but there was colored. And they couldn't hang out nowhere, okay? Because they was everywhere. The 14th Amendment in 1868 doesn't use color directly, but thank you, ChatGPT, for catching that. I wouldn't have caught it because it wasn't, you said it's not used directly. Oh, okay. What was going on though? Okay, it said the 14th Amendment in 1868 doesn't use color directly, but operates within the same racial classification system used in law. Oh, wow. So you mean there was no Native Americans available? ChatGPT? No. Okay. If you say so, I mean, they say you the new intelligence, so okay. Sometimes you really, you be impressing me and stuff. Let's read that again. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be reading these over and over again because we got some doppelgangers that need straightening out. Yeah, they need a fix. Okay. The 14th Amendment in 1868 doesn't use color directly, but operates within the same racial classification system. What does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? Well, they said Negro and colored, right? In 1857. So by 1868, it's understood that Negro is synonymous with color. You see colored up here, ladies and gentlemen? You see my cursor right there? Okay, let's highlight this for you real quick. What they talk about? They say it operates within the same racial classification systems used in law. So here it says Dred Scott. So the Supreme Court that creates everything for Native Americans and Indians because they're trying to make it the same, right? So it was the Supreme Court where Dred Scott took place. So we could say, was that Taney, the Judge Taney back then, who was in the Dred Scott case? He used Negro and colored synonymously, the judge in that case, right? So as we know, the Supreme Court is the lawmaking body for everything Indian and related, or they trying to make related. So that's why he's saying it operates within the same racial classification system used in law, because a Supreme Court makes laws for Indians, not Congress. And ladies and gentlemen, that should piss you off right there because it's something weird about a court making up laws for some reason, making up laws on the spot that never existed before. Isn't that kind of scary, ladies and gentlemen, when you think about it? Supreme Court they are making up shit, yo. That's what they're supreme at. That's why they call supreme, because they can make up shit that don't exist. But what is the Supreme Court using, as we said, abundantly? They're using the doctrine of discovery. So when you say, what is the Supreme Court? When they make up shit that's not in any state codes, because they have exclusive plenary authority over American Indians and now by default Native Americans because they're trying to genocide the real American Indians and replace us with Native Americans, and Native Americans like, we'll take it. You sure you want to take it, Native Americans? Do y'all really believe in ancestors? Because if you do, you should be running to Mongolia right now. This is about the time when you start running, packing. Because our ancestors are not your ancestors, unfortunately, for you. And if y'all are claiming to be ancestral, you are worse than the United States. Yeah. Because at least the United States, they can't claim to be our ancestor or connected to our ancestors. But these Native Americans, they get it so twisted that they start to think that their ancestors are here. And the ones, your ancestors in Mongolians is like, what? They Mongolian ancestors is like, what you say? So they are damning their ancestors in Mongolia and trying to say that they are somehow indigenous to America. And so I'm not sure how that's going to work out. You are immigrants. And as you can see with all these laws, the thing that the United States is dealing with is Negroes, making all kinds of misnomers for Negroes, colored Negro, black. Okay. Colored Negro and black have laws attached. So the Supreme Court comes up with colored, basically, I guess. But the Negro codes and the black codes, yeah, that's how they do the first people of this land. They call them Negro and black. There was no such thing as Native Americans. You did not exist, Native Americans. Now, if you want to exist, you'd have to call yourself Mongolian. At least it's real. It's more real than Native American. I'm not saying you completely cartoon, but you have to claim your first identity and then you can be real, like a real boy like Pinocchio. And for the females, y'all can be Pinocchio. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I would feel bad for you because that's how my deep Indian soul be working. It's really a compassionate motherfucker. I'm trying to get that motherfucker to chill out with that. But I would feel bad for you. I really would, but your arrogance precedes you to Native Americans. You get on your TikTok and y'all done lost your damn mind. I'm here and I don't really watch you on TikTok. I don't got time for fakery. I just don't got no time for the fakery, yo. There's enough of that coming from the United States, my God. I guess my fakery, I have to look at the legal fakery, not these legal fictions, you know. So but we got what? 11 more pages to go, y'all. And we lollygagging taking the scenic route because we want to make sure that Native Americans, as well as American Indians, understand the difference, which is huge. Um, I really like what ChatGPT offered here because I don't know if I would have come up with that on my own. See, ChatGPT, it does. See, this is why it's hard to be mad at ChatGPT even when she acting up. The bitch got some knowledge, yo. Somebody put this knowledge up in her. 14th Amendment in 1868 doesn't use color directly. It's born, the 14th Amendment is really born of Negroes and colors, okay? It really truly is. It's not born of Native Americans. And as we said, it then gets called a quote unquote birthright citizenship. Isn't it interesting that in all of its former citizenships, none of them were called birthright citizenship, ladies and gentlemen? I find that poetic because, in other words, they can only get that word after they emancipate the indentures. Indentures were not actually slaves, but the United States, it conflates things like Native Americans and Indians, slaves and indentures. The United States, I don't know. I don't know. So that's the United States doing what it do because it gotta lump things together in order to work this fraud and identity theft. So it starts to act like it don't know the difference between a slave and an indenture, and it wants us to think that they're one and the same. But what they're actually doing, ladies and gentlemen, remember, dumb diversus is part of the doctrines of discovery. Dumb diversus said we are perpetual slaves. So the United States said, well, they're indentures, but can we just call them slaves? Because we have the doctrine of discovery, which our God gives us the right to call them slaves and make them slaves forever. So, ladies and gentlemen, a system like the United States, which is connected to Britain, because we have a visitor recently celebrating some kind of anniversary of their colonization. That's a celebration for them, right? That's the worst day of our life, and they celebrating this shit, right? We had a certain Charlie come over making jokes. It's funny. Ah, hee hee, ha ha. Mm, mm. So, as we were saying, it's just very interesting that from 1776 to 1868, let's break out our little calculator. Um, let's see, where's our calculator? Off camera calculator on deck. Okay. From 8 1868 minus 1770. 92 years? Oh, wow. From 1776 to 1868, the United States went for 92 years without a definition for a citizen, y'all. Let's say that again. From 1776 to 1868, when they create the 14th Amendment, they don't know what a citizen is because technically a citizen is a thief. Complicit, complicitly. Like, when a cop stop you and you in a car with a bunch of other criminals, you just get lumped in. So this United States does not know what a citizen is legally or lawfully, they might say, until 92 years after they've been here, after they get their revolution or their independence, because they were subjects, right? Then after 1776, they are free from their rulers in England, right? These are Negropeans and the Caucasians that were with them, I guess. Some people saying there was no Caucasians here till the 1800s. That's a whole other thing, y'all. I think it's a lot more trickier than the Native American issue. So, um, for 92 years after their independence from Europe, the people here don't know what a citizenship is until they emancipate Negroes. Why is that though? Because they have to get the Negroes in a certain position in order that they can take their identity. So they take Americans that are called Indians through a process of slavery that in effect makes them dead So after they transfer our deadness into a citizenship, it becomes our death becomes a birth for foreigners. Citizenship is death of an American Indian and birth of the replacement. So now they have a definition. Finally, in 1868, their Supreme Court defines a citizen or their United States finally has a definition. What did it take for them to finally get a definition for what they are, ladies and gentlemen? It took the murder, the ritualistic murder of a Negro, not a Native American. They had to murder Negro slaves in order to get a citizenship that they call a birthright. Oh, you mean when you broke away from England, you still didn't have a birthright? Nope, because we didn't do anything with you Negroes yet. Ah, now I get it. But what about the Native Americans? What are they? Oh, right. That's me asking the early colonists what the fuck a Native American is. And that they asked me, what's that? Oh, y'all didn't invent those yet. All right, okay. Sorry, pardon. My bad. Okay. Next, the late 1800s to the early 1990s. Okay. Should we just go to the next line? Yeah, let's just go to the next line. Color becomes standard in segregation. Late 1800s, early 1990s. Colored, not Native American. Colored, not Native American. And now we see colored that done been through the Jim Crow era. It's associated with Negro. Where is Native American in that? So Jim Crow laws across the South use white versus colored, not white versus Native American. You see, Europeans and Negropeans, they're in a fight with colored, not Native American, because there's none here. There's no Native Americans in America, okay? When white versus colored are here. We're talking about Negroes, not Native Americans. This is the early 1900s, y'all. I just did not know that Native Americans were so brand new. I knew they were new. I had no idea they were like brand new. Okay. So an example, in 1896, Plessy versus Ferguson legalized separate but equal, explicitly dividing white and colored, not Native American. And ladies and gentlemen, we really want to stress this because when you hear Native American, it sounds like it should have been the first thing that colonizers saw here, but it wasn't. Colored was. Well, let me correct that. Indian was, and then we will call colored. There was no Native American involved, is what the point we're trying to make here, y'all. Indians were termed colored, not Native American. Indians were called colored. They were never called Native Americans. Native Americans are brand new, as it should be, as it should be. They are not the original Americans. although it sounds like they should be because it's called Native American. Unfortunately, that's just not the truth. It's all over the legal system, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they every so now and often, or every now and again, they have to erase words completely. That's genocide. Paper genocide never stopped. When I said last video, Walter Plecker was not by himself. This is an example going on with Obama taking Negro out. Now imagine that's why these Native Americans think that they're colored because Obama helped to make that happen by trying to remove Negro. Thankfully, ChatGPT still remembers Negro. What I'm trying to say here about ChatGPT, ladies and gentlemen, even with her programming, she was able to correlate Negro with colored without me doing anything. So you know that these Native Americans done lost their mind. If ChatGPT is smart enough after all this whitewashing to know to bring up Negro in this conversation where I didn't bring it up because I was all about colored, you know Negro precedes Native American, comes before Native American. So let's read that again, please. Late 1800s to the early 1900s, colored becomes standard, not Native American. Native American is not a standard in law, okay? It has no existence, okay? But if I ever get down further enough, we'll see where see, right now they're showing us everything was colored. Then in this same conversation, we're going to see where Native American comes in. I want to read it again. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be rereading stuff, so fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a little monotonous around here. Late 1800s to early 1900s, colored becomes standard in segregation law. Law. When a word is just used and it doesn't have any legal anything, it's just a word. It has absolutely no validation in law. Now, I'm not trying to validate the United States laws because they don't apply to American Indians. But I'm just saying this system, even in their janky laws, they know what came first, y'all. And this system knew nothing about anything called a Native American. Not a damn thing. What that means, ladies and gentlemen, there was no Native Americans here when they first got here, period. Else they would have referenced them, at least at this point, because they would have gotten here, what, in the 1600s? No Native Americans in the 1600s, ladies and gentlemen. Not one. Not even the phenotype. Why? Because we have colors and whites. Type is everything. I have to say, in this conversation, it really is. Because it's going to help us to understand that Indians looked a certain way. They did not look like Native Americans. When you pull up a Native American, that's not what Americans look like. But you should know by now, with all this talk about Negroes and colors, you should know by now what Americans look like. They did not look like Native Americans. Because I realized in the last video, it seemed like it's like, are you sure that a phenotype was attached? I'm damn sure a phenotype was attached. Well, we do have to refer to Verrazano and what he saw. He said he saw people that look like Ethiopians here in that same south, you know, area. Uh so he didn't say that he saw people that look like the ancestors of Native Americans, which are Mongolians. Now, Verrazano would have known what a damn Mongolian looks like, y'all. He would have known. He would have said they look like Southeast Asians. That's what he would have said. That's what he would have said. Verrazano said these folks look like Ethiopians. He did not say they look like Mongolians, and they did they were we know they weren't Caucasian because Europe is where Caucasians you know hail from. So in 1585, Verrazano did not see any Native Americans in America. He saw people that looked like Ethiopians. Now, the next thing to do, at which I've seen it happen, becomes this big argument of what an Ethiopian looked like. Any other time, as long as it's in Africa, we supposed to understand that them was Negroes. But when it comes to figuring out what the original Americans look like, now they will actually debate whether Ethiopians look Negro or not. It's just incredible, ladies and gentlemen. The extent genocide has to take. It is nasty work. Genocide is nasty, stanky, janky work that a colonizer has to engage in, but his deity is on board. Luckily, they have a satanic deity that is this is just fine with that deity. But let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when they run out of feed for this deity, they will be consumed by the deity. That's why it's so hard for them to let us go, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they don't want us to be Indians because who they gonna feed to the deity? Where's that energy that that deity requires? They're gonna have to start, you know, hey, you dance with the devil and you know what happens, yo. Come on now. Um, ladies and gentlemen, as you see, it's very hard for me to move quickly through this. I really wanted to hit home what we're talking about. So let's read this one more time before we go to 1924, okay? The late 1800s to the early 1900s, colored becomes standard in segregation laws. They were not trying to segregate Native Americans because they didn't exist, okay? Segregation was trying to get Negroes to not be around whites, okay? They weren't concerned about no damn Native Americans because they didn't know what the fuck that was. They just saw a bunch of Negroes, okay, ladies and gentlemen? This is what we trying to say up here. If you would have asked somebody in the early 1800s what a Native American is, they said, "You talk about them niggers?" That's what they would have said, y'all. That's what they would have said. You mean these niggers? And then we'd have to say, yeah. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, y'all got to bear with me. We tip throwing to the tulips because we got to get this work. They got to get this work. I'm sorry. Do you know what the implication of this is? It's looking to me that the implication is that the whole Bering Strait thing is some bullshit. I mean, Bering Strait, they saying that happened what? Like in the Ice Age or something like that? So you mean from the Ice Age, the end of the Ice Age or whatever, to well, they said they walked across the ice. These niggas came skiing over here. They came from the freaking chalet and shit. And they wasn't niggas though. I know they wish they was now, but I'm just saying these Mongolians came on skis, yo, skiing over the ice, yo. But they was nowhere to be found. They was nowhere to be found as late as 1924. But and even later in the 1960s. Now, if they went through all this trouble to come on their skis to off the Bering ice capades, where are they? I'm is that whole thing a lie too? I mean, I don't put it past them, but you would think that from the ice age to say when did they appear again? The 1960s. Okay, let's be fair. They came somehow in the 1960s when just as we being emancipated, a new identity was being born called Native American. Okay. So you mean from the Ice Age to the 1960s, them Mongolians didn't find their way to the south, excuse me, the southeast United States? You mean to tell me they've been here for millennia and they never made it to the south, I'm sorry, to the eastern part of the United States of America or whatever? They were they here, ladies and gentlemen? Is any of that true? Is it all a lie? How did they get here and not make it to the entire area of what they call the United States? They saying they've been here forever and ever and ever and ever. But from what I'm hearing, they would have had to dealt with us. You know what I'm saying? Because when the Europeans come here, all they see is Negroes, y'all. And though I don't agree with the whole California thing, because that was Moorish. I mean, they somehow they got here, but that whole Queen Califia thing, that has something to do with Moors. But one thing we can say though, they're not Mongolian either. So they came from the Bering Straits and they didn't even, I guess, make it to California where Califia was, allegedly. Well, they say she was real. But I'm saying she wasn't necessarily American. She could have been a brainwashed American fighting for the Moors, but she wasn't Mongolian, is my point. And California is in that area where the Mongolians should have been. Uh, let's just try to see if we can get an idea of when Queen Califia was there. Okay. When did Queen Califia Califia rule in California? Okay. Let's see. Is she? Uh-oh. Okay. Wait. Okay. Let you know. This is what AI is telling me. They're saying Queen Califia did not rule in real history. She is a fictional warrior queen. These damn Moors again. Abu Bakari, Queen Califia. Ugh. Oh boy. So AI is saying Queen Califia did not rule in real history. She is a fictional warrior introduced in the 1510 Spanish romance novel Las Surgas de Esplendian, The Adventures of Explendian by Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo. She ruled in, she ruled a mythical island of California, which influenced Spanish explorers who applied the name to Baja Peninsula. Okay, so key facts about the fiction of Queen Califia. I'm sorry, it says key facts about Queen Califia. The novel, 1510, she was described as a black queen of a land of Amazons, ruling an island rich in gold and wild beasts. Mythical rule. She commanded an army of griffins and was said to wear armor made of fish bones. Fish bones? Oh my God, I'm thinking of fish bones and how they would. Uh, I don't even want to think about it. But that sounds like a very uncomfortable outfit, y'all. I don't know what kind of fish it was, but if it was them little ones, God bless her. Name origin. Scholars believe her name and that of California are derived from the Arabic word Califia, leader. Impact. While a literary invention, Spanish conquistadors, including Hernan Cortes, were aware of this story, which inspired the name of the California region in the mid 16th century. I'll read that one more time. While a literary invention she's invented, Spanish conquistadors, including Hernan Cortes, were aware of this story, which inspired the naming of the California region. So it was Spanish people that named California, not black people. Well, the more, in as much as the Moors are black, yeah, they named it. And we know that the Moors were all up in Spain. So when you hear Spanish, you can't be too sure it wasn't a Negro masquerading. Okay. Okay. So let's get back to the reading, ladies and gentlemen. Uh okay, so we learned that Califia is fake because I've seen videos that seem, and these is from, I believe it was from Indians that was saying that she was real. But regardless, we're hearing of conquistadors in California, not Native Americans. And if they were the conquistadors, these Native Americans, they're not original. They're conquistadors, conquerors, Spanish conquerors. So you have the early 1500s, 1510, a story about a black queen, but it's really coming from Spanish people. So again, are Spanish Mongolians? No. They may have been black though. Califia was definitely black, and the conquistadors is the ones who invented her, right? Basically, is that what I'm read? Correct. So at some point, Spanish was black. So where is Native Americans across the Bering Straits? Don't they at least get to California by 1510? Um, hmm. What I'm trying to understand, ladies and gentlemen, is the whole Bering Strait thing a complete lie? Because there's no Native Americans. And The Bering Strait Indians are called Native Americans, but they don't exist. And they were not called Indians. The only thing called Indians is those same people who would be called colored Negro. The United States, this as colonizing of a beast that this thing is, it would have had to deal with Native Americans, and this whole story would be different. There would be no such thing as Negroes. It'd all be Native American first in law. Ladies and gentlemen, is the Bering Strait story a straight up lie? I ask you, where are the Native Americans? What were they called? Mongolian? But it's looking to me like their phenotype wasn't even here. Oh boy. Um, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're taking the slow route, but it can't be that slow because I'm gonna have to be getting ready for work. But we got time. The late 1800s to early 1900s, colored becomes standard in segregation law. Jim Crow laws across the South use white versus colored. No Native Americans there. Example, 1896, Plessy versus Ferguson legalizes separate but equal, explicitly dividing white and colored. 1924, your reference point. Oh, we got a bottom line? Are we at the bottom of this thing already? Okay. 1924, your reference point. Racial Integrity Act of 1924 uses rigid racial categories, primarily white and colored. But it goes as far back as 1896, this white and colored in Plessy versus Ferguson, right? That's the Supreme Court, right? I guess. It must be the Supreme Court. So, the Racial Integrity Act of 1924 uses rigid racial categories, primarily white and colored. Colored is defined broadly to include anyone with any African ancestry. The one drop rule. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, my Negroes, my Negro, come on in, come on in. So colored has something to do with we need, oh, I feel faint. Oh, I'm verklempt. Oh, ladies, this is a showstopper, ladies and gentlemen. Could you grab your nearest Native American and at this point, you just gotta pat him on the shoulder. Just hug him, ladies and gentlemen. Just hug him. They need some love right now. They need some love. Heru been very unkind. But now that I got my showstopper, I could be a little more kind. Ladies and gentlemen, my Negroes, my Negroes, my Negroes, my Negroes, gather around, gather around. I think we done got ourselves a smoking gun. I didn't even read this, y'all. I don't recall reading this. The one drop, how could we forget the one drop rule? So y'all Native Americans got one drop of Negro in you and you coming to fight up against us? Huh? It's because of us that you legitimate with the one drop rule, baby. That's what makes you Indian, the one drop rule, boo boo. Of course, when we are full blood, they completely discount us, but let you get one drop and boom, you're an Indian or a Native American or a colored. Because Native Americans are saying they colored. I think they're trying to say they colored right about now. Oh, y'all, that's not what y'all was saying? Was I mistaken? Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But according to what I'm hearing, y'all think y'all colored. Because now you know you can't be Native American and be legitimate. Just be Mongolian, boo. Just be Mongolian. Be you. Ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't even thinking about the one. So colored is associated with any, we have to highlight this. That's what colored is. But you see, we're being gaslit by the United States because they try, even ChatGPT was trying to gaslight me. But she didn't bring up this one drop rule before. I guess she was not on top of her game when she did this one. Let's see. We want to highlight. This one has to be highlighted. I hope it works. I ain't got no time for no technical games right about now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna need you to take a screenshot of this and keep it on hand for when you get a rabid Native American in your face in the place. Come on now, don't play with me. I just want that part. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Go do that. And then we gonna do that because y'all play with me right now. Y'all know I ain't trying to play right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that may be our smoking gun. Now I want to blow it up. Now I'm ready to blow this piece up. Hmm. I think you know what? We could end the video here. The record, ladies and gentlemen, colored is defined broadly to include anyone with any African ancestry. Now, we're not African, ladies and gentlemen, but we know that that's what American Indians are called, right? We know that Verrazano said that we look like Africans. And the United States said, okay, that could they be African then? And they, all of Congress agreed with that bullshit. The point here, that's why I said colored, it has something to do with your what did I call it just now? Your phenotype. Colored is connected to a phenotype, ladies and gentlemen. It is not some random thing like they're trying to make it now. Back then, with the Racial Integrity Act, they just made this is law, ladies and gentlemen. The one drop rule was about black folks, or who they call them black, which is the American Indian. They don't call Native Americans black, right? But Native American, they made colored so they could try. I can't even say they made color for that. Not with the one drop rule. Colored is completely what makes a person colored is not being a Mongolian, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're trying to say. Colored has something to do with a Negro phenotype, not a Mongolian one. For the record, ain't no Native American colored unless they saying that they have Negro blood, or that's what the law said. But that's really Indian blood. So for a Native American to be Indian, he has to have Negro blood. Is the ultimate mathematical equation. That's when the math is mathing, Taraji. Somebody got to make this video aware to Native Americans today. Okay. We're tired of playing the identity game with you. This is part of the see, I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like we forgot this part of the Racial Integrity Act. I know that COVID inoculation be working, but how do we forget this? Colored is defined broadly to include anyone with any, let's just say, Negro of blood. Okay. Because we are not African, ladies and gentlemen. You can call us Negro, I guess, but one thing you can't call us is African. But that's the game that the United States was playing up in here. Colored is defined broadly in the Racial Integrity Act, y'all. Thank God for these bogus acts because they really captured, when this beast starts going to change words, this United States, what do we call it? A genocidal, rabid, maniac beast goes to change words. It was in the acts. Can they? Is that? It should be illegal to change stuff that you're calling law because that means you're changing it's a lot. It's a lot when they change a word. That's why it's just amazing that they could even talk about Native Americans when they're not mentioned in the Constitution. I find that mind-boggling. Native Americans are not in the Constitution. They were not. They didn't exist back then. And again, we're not trying to validate the Constitution. All of this is here because of the doctrine of discovery, y'all. And that's how an American Indian fights a beast like this. You don't go in the middle of the beast playing field. You got to go to the origin of the beast. You got to cut that beast's foot off. You got to cut it in other words, you got to cut it at the root, ladies and gentlemen. You got to go to the root. You cannot play with a beast like this and stab it in the stomach. It seems like even the head might not get, as long as it's rooted, it's planted somewhere, right? So you cut off the head, it's still rooted. You got to cut it at the roots, ladies and gentlemen. Where did the beast come from? It came from the doctrine of discovery. That is its life blood. There is no arguing statutes and codes when you can go to source. And we will defeat this beast in a peaceful, what they call civil. I don't know what it means to them. I don't They made up that word. I don't, because then they said that we were civilized. And I know that's a bad thing. That's why I use that word civil so cautiously, y'all. Civil. But they like that word. I guess that for them, somehow that, not that I should be using words just because they like them, but it has a connotation that they like, shall we say. Because we're doing this peacefully and lawfully, ladies and gentlemen. And the doctrine of discovery it has a lot to do with law. Why? Because they're using it in law. Now they will lie to our face and tell us, yeah, a papal bull is not necessarily law. If you're using it in your law, baby, guess what? It just became law, boo-boo. You can't pick and choose when you want it to be law, okay? We're not playing these damn games with you. You got away with it long enough. You gotten away with this long enough. You cannot kill people unjustly for eternity. Okay? It's just not going to be accepted. Now, if that's what you want for yourself, if you want genocide as your way of life, that comes back to you. You're trying to push it on somebody else, but it will go back to you. That's why you don't play with these type of things. But they figure if Satan is on our side, we good. He is not on your side. He's not on your side. It's just not the nature of that type of energy to take sides. What it wants is blood. It don't care whoever supplies it. It wants blood. It wants low vibration. You think that it loves you? No. That's why, I'm going to divert again, yet again, ladies and gentlemen. This is why I began to have a problem with a sacrificial religion. Because in a sacrificial religion, you can't be too sure that the deity loves you. You can't. You're gonna have to say, I think it loves blood a little more than it loves me, but I'll roll with it. No, I'm not rolling with it no more. I deserve better. I deserve much better. If someone claims to love me, trust me, that is what I expect. If there's something you're getting from me that has nothing to do with straight up love and it's quid pro quo or some shit, blood for love, nah, that's not love, y'all. Come on. Wake up. That's not love. That's bloodlust. That is bloodlust. That's feed me blood and I will rock with you. Kill something and I will rock with you. Just like Michael Jackson. But it's up to the individual man or woman to decide, is that the kind of love that best serves you? Colored is defined broadly in the Racial Integrity Act, y'all. We're looking at under the Racial Integrity Act. All this, those three bullet points, Racial Integrity Act. I would say we should look it up, but I'm going to take ChatGPT's word for it because I'm too long-winded. And if we go look that up, this is going to be a longer video. We could put it in the comments maybe if we remember, because we bad about that. There's something I'm supposed to put in the last comments, and I didn't yet. The Racial Integrity Act of 1924 is basically saying colored is defined to include anyone, and we remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the one drop rule? That was all about being a Negro, not a Mongolian. This law formalizes and tightens earlier classification systems. It does not introduce the term. Oh, wait, the term. What do you mean? It does not. I guess they're talking about Native American. It does not. Okay, it does not introduce Native American. Yeah, that's what a mistake I was making. Maybe that's what I made. Is that? I don't know what it means when it says that. Um, ooh, I think maybe I asked the question incorrectly, thinking that Native American appears in 1924, but it was colored. Wait. In the Racial Integrity Act, it uses rigid racial categories, white and colored. So colored is it is a term. It says colored is defined broadly to include anyone with any African or Negro ancestry. The one drop rule logic. This law formalizes and tightens earlier classification systems. Oh, so the term was used earlier. It wasn't introduced in the Racial Integrity Act. Colored and white was used earlier, but not Native American. So color was not introduced in 1924, is what they're saying. I'm sorry, I was misreading that. The bottom line, colored appears in law at least by the early 1800s and is firmly entrenched by the mid 19th century, long before 1924. So ChatGPT is telling me you thought colored came in 1924, but I'm telling you it came in the early 1800s. Well, thank you, ChatGPT, for correcting me. What else do we got? Native American. Okay, so now we get to part two. Native American in law is a much later term, 1700s to 1800s. The legal term used is Indian, tribe, Aboriginal. Now, I don't know how Aboriginal got in there, but they're talking about Supreme Court laws, not Constitution law. They're talking about Supreme Court because the word Aboriginal is not in the Constitution. That means the Supreme Court brought it into existence because they're the ones that are the gods of all thing Indian, right? They have the plenary power of to control all the affairs of Indians, right? So definitely Aboriginal is something, an invention of the Supreme Court. It has to be. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But from what I understand, knowing what I've learned about the Supreme Court, they're the ones making everything up. Making it up. Has nothing to do with the Constitution, everything to do with the doctrine of discovery. So Native American in law is a much later term. So Indian is more associated with colored than Native American, is what we're trying to say. Indian and colored have more in common than Native American, which comes way too late to the party. Tardy for the party. 1700s to 1800s, Indian, tribe, and Aboriginal are used. That's the legal term, not Native American. Indian, example, Indian Trade and Intercourse Act, Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, refers to Indian nations, not Native American. Indian has more in common with colored, and then by association, it has more in common with Negro and Black. Native American does not exist. So that's why I'm asking, do you think, ladies and gentlemen, that there were people that came across the Bering Strait? Because where are they? If they were Native American, where are they? They weren't called Indians. They would have to have been called colored. They would have to have the one drop of Negro. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen. Just I just say thank you to them. If we could collectively, everyone who's watching right now, if you would with me, I need to send a great thank you to the ancestors, and I'm going to ask you to do that with me right now. We're going to have a little bit of a moment, and with your mouth, if you would, this is our reach out and touch moment. I want you to go deep in your heart and just give some gratitude to the true ancestors of the Americas, the ones who are buried, but they get buried every day to this day. And they cry out. And we want to say, thank you for letting us hear you. I just want us to thank the ancestors right now because we are in a battle for our identity. It's been chopped up into several pieces and given to every Tom, Dick, and Harry in some kind of way. We are base for all these recreations of our identity. But because of their doctrine of discovery, they feel like they can consider us dead or enslaved. And that's why I want to say thank you to the ancestors because stuff came up in this piece that I just think are very crucial to our fight. our peaceful, powerful fight against oppression and genocide. Thank you, ancestors. And those listeners who really want justice, who do not want some new invention of the United States, who know that they're not supposed to be under the thumb or the jurisdiction of the United States, who knows that your resources are yours for your prosperity, to prosper you. And if they were ever to prosper the world, that would be your decision, American Indian, not some colonizing de facto, satanic, bloodlust death cult. Thank you, ancestors. Thank you. Thank you with all our heart, all our soul. We thank you. Thank you, ancestors. Thank you. And me personally, I like to thank my grandmother, my great grandmother on my father's side and my mother's side. As I said once before, I was not as close to my father's mother as I was to my mother's mother because of course, mother is going to always bring her children to her mother. But it was my father's mother who gave me my greatest gift in terms of the records she kept with handwritten notes that were given to me maybe what, 3 or 4 years ago now? If it wasn't for my father's mother, I would have no clue uh, to what tribe we were. And although I was not close to her, um, she understood the dynamic. And I know that when I did see her, she showed love. Just I was just not as familiar with her as I was with my mother's mother. But I do know that when I was in her presence, I know that that's my grandmother. Um, I got these handwritten notes after she passed. I tell you, it's one of the greatest things that a grandparent can give. Okay, so we've had our moment to thank and think of the ancestors, and thank you in as much as you joined me in a big thanks to the ancestors, right? This is so important to us, ladies and gentlemen. All the weapons that are basically formulated as even as scripture says, although I don't like quoting scripture, that are made to work against us. Times like this when they don't work. the way they were intended. Time for this awakening where everything is being stripped, everything is being torn down, every lie. So it's almost like as soon as it develops, it's just somebody just knocks it down. Well, crying about this voter rights. And I can't help think that in its own weird way, the United States is really trying to make a quick fix, and it's not going to work. Oh, I mean, definitely something is making them, and I think what they're trying to do is get us to beg for these rights that never did anything for us anyway. The voting right, what did it do? Okay, so you vote and 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 you vote. Yet the same old problems still exist in our lives, ladies and gentlemen. A president gets in there, and we're not the priority of any president, yo, because they know we're not supposed to be in their system. They just feed off of us. What they do is use us to create benefits and privileges for foreigners. That's all they're doing, ladies and gentlemen. You talking about voting for them? You're not supposed to even be in that system. They know we're supposed to have our own system. They just don't want us to have any, like, the United States is like this. We are not going to compete with you, American Indians, for this land. We're not going to allow you because there's the greater chances that you will be successful because this is your land. So what we're going to do is unilaterally void you. You're not going to be, although our little constitution says that you're sovereign, we redefined that with the doctrine of discovery because that's what came hand in hand with the, trust me, if there was no doctrine of discovery, there would be no constitution anywhere on this land. So what does that mean? It's the doctrine of discovery that caused there to be a constitution. So therefore, the Constitution is null and void when it comes to American Indians. But it delegitimizes citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't turn a mass genocide into a let's all get together and take the spoils party. It's not going to work. Okay, so let's continue. So the term Indian, tribe, Aboriginal, those are the legal terms used in the 1700s to the 1800s. But I'll tell you, Indian surpasses Aboriginal because of Columbus. So, example, Indian Trade and Intercourse Act. It wasn't the Native American Trade and Intercourse Act. Cherokee Nation versus Georgia refers to Indian nations, not Native American. But why does the United States have everything programmed so when you type in Indian, your answer is going to come back with Native American in it? Because they're trying to transfer that now. They're trying to get rid of Indian now. That's how they exonerate themselves from crimes. Just create a new word. It's not going to work, especially if you have a legal system. The dense and dumb United States doesn't understand that laws are. That's why laws exist. It's not so you can just willy nilly just change words. If you're going to play the law game, play it right. But that doctrine of discovery, it eradicates the need for law, ladies and gentlemen. The doctrine of discovery is not really that complicated. It's basically wherever you see people who were not Christians, you can take what they have. So how do you make laws of that, ladies and gentlemen? It just, it's whatever you want. There's no law in that. There's just a directive. Steal from those who are not Christians. And then you just, it's like sky's the limit. Let's have constitutions. Let's have titles. Let's have deeds. Let's have treaties. Let's have land patents. Let's have land grants. All of that is fraud. Let's steal. Let's steal. Let's steal. And make some paperwork that makes it look like it's legal. We're peaceful American Indians, but again, our words have to be very strong to get out of this legal lie. 1800s to early 1900s, federal law consistently uses Indian, American Indian. Example, the Dawes Act, the Indian Citizenship Act. There's not even Native American in that, according to this breakdown. Native Americans, this is not for you to feel sad, bad. This is time for you to claim your identity. That's all it is. I'm actually helping you. You can't live in a fictitious identity as a man or a woman of any land. Native American, you need to claim your Mongolian now. You need to claim your Mongolian now. And where do you come from? That is your homeland. If you even dream about staying here, you better learn to respect the so-called Negro, whose land you are standing on, whose produce you are eating, feeding on. The day of disrespecting American Indians is coming to a fast end, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who thinks they're going to be on this land and continue as if we are in Jim Crow party time, that day is over. So early 1800s to early 1900s, federal law consistently uses Indian American Indian. Example in the Dawes Act, the Indian Citizenship Act grants citizenship to Indians, not Native Americans. Do you see the screen, ladies and gentlemen? And what citizenship was that again, ladies and gentlemen? The one created for who? Colored, alleged descendants of quote unquote African slaves? You mean the Americans, the original ones? Your birthright comes from them? Well, yeah. It's just that we didn't give it to you. It was a de facto corporation masquerading as a government that did. So that means it's illegitimate. Native Americans, this is your adjustment. But again, it is a great opportunity for you to claim your homeland, and then you can talk like me. Yes, you can. You know you want to talk like this, but you can't do it here, Native Americans. You can't. This is not your homeland. I don't care what the United States told you. They didn't get the proper approval. They got approval from a pope, and a pope disapproved what they're doing back in 2023. So we concluded, ladies and gentlemen, the first uh, repudiation of the doctrine of discovery happened in 1537. That was for South America and the Caribbean, y'all, because there was no United States back then. We were trying to figure out why did the first repudiation do nothing? Because it was meant for what the church did or spearheaded in South America and the Caribbean and the Pacific Islands. That repudiation was for them. This last repudiation in 2023, that was for North America, y'all. And I suggest American Indians better start using that repudiation in their paperwork. When you tell the federal system that they have no jurisdiction because their doctrine was disapproved, repudiated. If you don't say it, they don't have to do it. But the sad part is, if you don't say it, they're going to say you are acquiescing to their domination, and that's exactly what they expect you to do. American Indians, this is quite serious. You can't let this one go. South America did, and look at them. Now they have an American Organization of States. States. They let their repudiation go, ladies and gentlemen, and look at them today. There is your lesson. If you let it go, you're going to be just like South America is today. Still Spanish, right? Still very much dominated by foreigners, right? With this American Organization of States. We didn't do no states. That came with King James in them. Even Columbus didn't do no damn states. What did he do though? I guess they did parishes back then, because Lord knows they sure did name Barbados. I know that. Every parish in Barbados, St. John, what's the other one? I don't even know. St. Christopher, Saint this, Saint that. I got Catholic written all over it, y'all. That wasn't the original name of them places. So they did parishes, I guess. Oh my goodness. This is horrible. Whew, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We are so thoroughly colonized that it's unbelievable that we could even get a clue to see, because it's been taken for granted for so long. Like when colonization becomes so normal that people just take it for granted and accept it, living in states and parishes named after saints, alleged. We're gonna stop the share for a minute. We shall return back and let's share our screen again. I'm really enjoying this build, as they say. It has to be one of my favorites. It's gonna have to be because I think I wasn't clear on certain things. So, um, so far what we've gotten was that colored involved a one drop rule that involved Negro, not Native American. So I think I need to name this video after that, ladies and gentlemen. I had another title in mind, but I really think that's going to hit home. Something about colored and the one drop rule, according to the Racial Integrity Act, y'all. So these Native Americans, their blood is not even counted in the laws of the United States. That, when you think about it, the United States is far too preoccupied with Negroes for Native Americans to even be an issue. I mean, I would think if you come to a land of quote unquote Native Americans, your one drop rule, your birthright citizenships, your racial and well, we said racial integrity is one drop rule basically, but all that Jim Crow stuff, it would be all around Native America. That would be the ones getting, as we said earlier, lynched and hunted down and having a great migration to move north and all of this shit. There was no Native Americans in the Great Migration. That's smoking. It can't be tobacco from America. And that got the blood of the ancestors all up in it. Y'all, way too delusional for you to be. I think we just shut the whole thing down. I didn't realize this ChatGPT conversation is a shutdown. This is a whole shutdown conversation right here. This is dead on arrival. Okay. Let's read that again. An example of the federal laws consistently using Indian and American Indian. The big example is the Dawes Act. So no Native Americans are not involved in the Dawes Act. Citizenship Act. It's not Native American citizenship. I just look. We gotta say this one more time. So, ladies and gentlemen, this United States, according to them, there was only white people and other people who had Negro blood. No, there was no kind of Mongolians, yo. So we gotta sit with that. There was white people and gradations of Negroes in America. Is it? You were either white or you were part Negro of American. What does that mean? An Indian is some kind of a Negro, yo. And the more Negro you are, the more Indian you are. Okay? Americans, Mongolians have nothing to do with that. They would have to say that if you have one drop of Mongolian blood, you would be called colored. That's not what they said. And said what they said. Mid late 20th century, the shift begins. Okay, I think this is where the Native Americans make an appearance. The 20th century, the term Native American emerges in social and political, not legal language. It gains traction during the civil rights era. Baby, what are we saying? As soon as Negroes move for civil rights and are being absorbed by the United States, now they can create Native Americans politically and socially, not legally. I have to ask Native Americans to have several seats for this breakdown, boo boo. I don't know what you saw before, but after this, you ain't gonna need see no more. Let Heru help you. Mid late 20th century, y'all. Do you know how late in the game it is for the United States to start talking about some damn Native Americans? Do you know how late in the game that is, y'all? It's way too late. It is way too late for them to be a legitimate class of people. Now, nowadays, they say Native American as if they made that shit a fucking mantra. That's how bad they're trying to erase the whole. That's how bad they're trying to get rid of American Indians, y'all. They just Native American, Native American, Native American, Native American, Native American. And look how easily it's done, ladies and gentlemen. This now and now it didn't exist in the formulation of this United States, y'all. There are no Native Americans to be found, but these colors, oh my God, these one drop Negroes. That was a racial integrity act that said that, yo. The United States was only concerned about Negro blood, not Native American blood. They did, if you would have asked them, what is Native American blood? They could like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is they said, you mean these Negroes? Oh, you mean these Negroes? Oh, yeah. There's whites and gradations of Negroes, boo-boo. There ain't no Native Americans in there. The Native Americans never claimed to be Negro, but they might want to start. Watch out. Watch out. They're going to say, we part Negro. Well, boo boo, you better step in line and show some respect to your ancestors. Get in line because all they serving is Negro blood up in this United States. Sweat and tears. You want a piece of me? Well, that's what's going to validate you. A piece of me. But then you don't want to respect the father of Americans. Even though your granddaddy, I do believe that was a Moor, not an American Indian. That was my evil twin. Okay, always masquerading as me, getting all his validation from me. Mm, mm. So we said we're gonna be very repetitive today, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologize in advance. Mid to late 20th century, the shift begins. The term Native American emerges in social and political language, not legal language. It gains traction during the civil rights era because now the real American Indians are becoming absorbed into these citizenships. So now they can create, since we're moving, now there's a space created and they're going to create Native Americans for the very first time in the history of the United States, but not legally yet. popularized alongside movements like the American Indian movement. So even that is not Native American. It's American Indian movement. Yeah, we moved to become part of the United States, and this big gap was created, and then all of a sudden, Native Americans emerge. The American Indians were being moved mostly against their will so that Native Americans could be created. Late 20th century enters finally, the United States after they get the Negroes to move to citizenship. Now they can legally, in the 1970s, y'all, while we was dancing to Gloria Gaynor and shit, the Native Americans was about to hit the dance floor too. Oh my gosh. Say it ain't so, God, but I have to accept it. I must accept the truth. It's ugly. Late 20th century. Finally, Native American is official. 1970s to the 1990s, baby. Enters formal law and policy finally. And then they're gonna try and they got something to say to the Negroes? Listen, youngin, you speak when spoken to. Hush up your mouth. Government begins using Native American government, y'all. Of course, the government is the one that's doing all this, y'all. Not even the Native Americans. They're just saying, what do I do next? What do you want me to do next, government? So the government begins using Native American in official language. The government, not people. Notice it's not even the Native Americans that's even, this is completely created by the government, y'all. Same thing with Negro and colored. 1970s to 1990s appears in federal policy, education, and agency terminology. Making up shit that don't have no legal footing in the history of this country. They just make up shit. And that, ladies and gentlemen, the advantage of doing that is you get to do whatever you want with that which you created because it has no legal anything. And when they make it legal, oh my God, watch out. Watch the hell out. That's when you're going to get all these acts by Congress that ain't nobody asked them to do. Notice they're doing it all, what do they call it? Unilaterally, without any input from anybody but themselves. So let's see. Example of this formal use, this legal use of Native American. Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. Oh, Lord. One of the first major federal laws to formally use Native American was graves. Oh, y'all is kind of coming from the dead too? Y'all are new zombies? Oh, okay. So they create some graves? They want to protect your graves? Sound like a genocide is coming. What? Native American graves protection? But Native Americans didn't exist with it. What they need graves for? Because as soon as we create it, we're going to start genociding. But no, they can't genocide Native Americans, y'all. They need Native Americans to be the replacements for American Indians. Okay. One of the first major federal laws to formally use Native American. I never heard of that. That Native American. That we're gonna have to, I don't know, figure out what the hell that is. Repatriation Act. Graves protection? Oh, that just sounds morbid, y'all. I ain't never heard of no act for graves before, God. But it don't sound good. It don't sound good, God. For people who were just born, for you to be talking about graves, it's just not good, God. It just don't sound good. Bottom line, Native American does not appear in early U.S. law. It emerges mainly in the late 20th century, y'all, 1970s to be exact, becoming formalized around 1970 to the 1990s. Colonization is incredibly new. I mean, it did start in the 1400s, but so much of it, of the major footwork, is so new, because it's a long road to turn a Negro, or I'm sorry, an American, what the same thing, to turn an American into a Negro and a colored and a black. That's a lot, several, like, you know, decades and stuff. And then to finally create something completely different with a new phenotype called Native American. Mongolians have arrived for the first time since they allegedly arrived over the Bering Straits. Yeah. I'm really starting to wonder about the Bering Straits, ladies and gentlemen, because if there was no Native Americans, and Indians are always associated with one drop rule, coloreds. Because so what we're saying is they would have had to have been considered colored, which means they had to have a one drop rule, which means they had to be Negro in order to be American or colored. Yeah, because the only other thing you could be was white. Colored is like Negro, and then Negro colored black is becomes synonymous. So do the math. Side by side summary. Okay, so then we get a little bit of a visual and a side by side. So the first column is colored, and the first legal use is early 1800s in state laws. The common legal use is 1800s to 1900s in the Jim Crow. So you see see, this is good because we get to see what colored is associated with Jim Crow. What was happening in the Jim Crow era, ladies and gentlemen? Who was it focused on? Native Americans? Wrong. They were Negroes, y'all. Negroes. Think Fannie Lou Hamer and them. So the term colored lends itself to the Negro struggle, not the Native American. There was no struggle. Ain't no struggle for Native Americans. The struggle to what? Finally write them into law, finally in the 1970s? The 1970s to the 1990s? That's how old you are, Native Americans. You arrive in the 1970s. You're not even what? You're not even 60 years old yet. Native American is less. Well, let's see. Let's do the math. Let's see how old they are as a ethnic group or what have you. Let's do the math. We're looking up sidebar calculator, off-screen calculator in use, off-screen calculator in use. So let's see. 2026 minus 1970. Y'all are 56 years old. Native Americans are 56 years old compared to Coloreds in America, how old is coloreds? If we go, okay, we got 56 years old for Native Americans. Let's write that down. Off screen, pen on hand. Native Americans, 56 years old, 1970, early 1800s. Let's just go, let's even it out to 1800. How old is coloreds? Okay, 2026 minus coloreds are 226 years old. If we go from the 1800, and we started with 1800, we were very generous because, yeah, we've been too genocided to, yeah. So we have a 226-year-old, noted, ladies and gentlemen, just make a mental note. Colored people that have Negro, one drop Negro blood at the very least, because the more you have, the more colored you are, is we could say is the name of the game. Because to be colored, you have to have color, right? So let's say one drop you like cafe con leche, and then you get like 90 drops, and you start to become more copper. Okay, that's how that's the rationale here, y'all. Because you either white or you're colored, right? But you have to have Negro in the colored mix. Okay, not Mongolian, Negro. Okay, but if you were Native American, a Mongolian, a whole Mongolian, you are 56 years old in the United States legal system. If you are colored like me, you are 226 years old, almost the entire age of the United States, I think, right? It's about 200 years old. Wow. Uh, if you are colored, going by the one drop Negro blood rule, you are 226 years old up in these United States laws and stuff. 226, how much older is that than 56? 226 minus. We are 170 years older legally than Native Americans. Negroes in the legal system of the United States, who are they dealing with the longest? Negroes. Who's the American Indians? Negroes. Why? Because Native Americans are 170 years younger than colored people. Native Americans are 170 years younger. Youngin', when daddy tells you to sit down, you ought to listen or else you're going to get a beating. That's how it works in when you use a Negro. You get an ass whooping. Back in the day. But we can't, you see, we got a doppelganger called Lamore. It might have been them that was delivering these whoopings, y'all. Cause them are some devilish Negroes. Somebody gotta say it. Well, they worshiping Satan. Come on, somebody. Now, come on now. All this blood, baby eating, blood drinking, adrenochrome, trying to stay youngin'. Come on now, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all got to know by now that that's satanic right now. Set. Satanic. Set. Satanic. Satanic. Set. Okay, so what have we learned today, ladies and gentlemen, so far? Native Americans are 170 years younger than colored folk, colored Negro black folk. Native Americans are 170 years younger in the legal system, but we're much older than that, outside of in social and what do you call it? They said, what do you call that again? In the social, I like that because it's tough. Political, social political, in the social political, but not in the legal. Okay. So let's go to the Native Americans. No early usage. Okay, Native Americans are not legally used in the early legal system. Common legal use emerges, well, late, you said the 70s, so I don't know why you're saying the 60s. Well, they said social. Okay, social. Common social. It should, well, they say social. You see where they say social here, y'all? So they try to make them a little older by making them in the 1960s. But we saw up here that the government begins using Native Americans, so that's their real age. In the 1970s, not the 1960s. So I don't know why they doing this down here, y'all, in the side by side. I don't know why they putting them there. Okay. Formalization peak 1924. That's the Racial Integrity Act, the one drop rule for colored, one drop Negro blood for colored. And then Native Americans, their peak is in the 1990s federal law. 1990s, y'all. That's when the Pointer Sisters and them was, so excited. And I just can't hide it. Yeah, yeah. So we dealing with some youngins, but they got you know how them youngins think they know everything, right? Until the grandfather come in the room and they just look disrespectful. And then that's when granddaddy gotta take the belt off and tan that ass. They are so young and so unspoken of to be the first Americans, y'all. When this government was formulating, it didn't know what a Native American was, except some kind of a Negro. If that's what they would have said, they would have not called him Mongolian, but they would have loved to though. That's what they trying to tell us now. They trying to say, well, when we got here, there was all these Mongolians. You're a liar. You're a liar. I don't know which is worse. Well, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Key insight. Colored is a classification term created and enforced by law during slavery and segregation. Who was the slave? Nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, this fucking beast is going to act like it wasn't Negroes that was the slaves. It was Indian. Well, Indians are not Native Americans. So when you say there was Indian slaves, you're talking about Negroes, not Native Americans. But that is the biggest slap in the face. You get to make all these propaganda films only ever showing quote unquote black people getting whooped, raped, maimed, murdered. And then you're going to say that no, it wasn't them. Colonization is nasty work, and the deity that co-signs on this bullshit. Because let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, they're representing a deity for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. The real, actual God or the gods wouldn't be right in their eyes. This would exactly be wrong. This is called injustice, ladies and gentlemen. So if you have a deity that justifies this kind of injustice, you've got to know it's satanic. That's what the United States is built on, Satanism. Yeah, either Satanism or what they would call heathenism. Now, when you go to DC and you see that obelisk, that is not Satanism. But they would have called it heathenism. That obelisk represents what they call it's the phallus of Osar. You see, what they're saying is that they emasculated uh, they castrated the first man of the land, and they celebrated by putting obelisks all over. That's supposed to be we this is a big sign that we chopped off the phallus of the real first American, right? And we put it in our capital, what they call their capital on our land, their capital on our land. Now, make no mistake, that phallic symbol is one of the ancient deities. So that's us. That is not satanic, y'all. See, they try to, United States like to conflate things. That is a symbol of the castration that allows them to be here. So when you see an obelisk, basically in in uh in a colonial uh umbrella or under a colonial umbrella, what they're celebrating is the castration of the original man of the land. Okay. And there are obelisks all around, but it's the same celebration. It's the American Indian that's being basically sacrificed for the world. I know it sounds grand, but that is the story of that obelisk is a phallic symbol. It's a phallic symbol. Now some people call it Cleopatra's needle. That's some bullshit. Cleopatra is very late to the party. She's very late to the quote unquote Egyptian party. She's uh she's a mix. Cleopatra's a mix. So this was not her needle. The obelisk is a phallic symbol, not a needle. So DC, it has these the symbol, but it's not just DC. I believe every capital, everywhere. That is the Moors telling you who the original gods were without telling you. Okay? But it's still a sacrificed deity. Osar was sacrificed, but he was murdered. The deity and the people that follow the deity will call it a sacrifice. But what it actually was a murder. Sacrifice is ritualized murder. Why is there murder involved? Because the deity is bloodthirsty. Yes, sometimes you will have a willing sacrifice. That's what they're trying to make American Indians. When you become Christian, you are considered a willing sacrifice. But they forget that they forced Christianity upon you. Now you run to it seeking salvation. But what you're running to is your death. So then you can see your quote unquote Jesus. And some Christians, not all, but some Christians very much want their life to come to an end so that they could quote unquote meet Jesus. You're going to be in for the shock of your life. You are going to be in for the shock of your life. And that's all I'm going to say. You simply do not know the forces you are dealing with because you've been made to not even research that. Why? Because the deity says you better not look at that desk because I'm the only one. Blah, 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 blah. He knows, your deity knows that when you look back, and learn something, you'll learn who he is. That's why he don't want you to have no other God. When you find out what he is, you are in again for the shock of your life. But all the clues are there, ladies and gentlemen. All the clues are there. It's all about the sacrifice, y'all. Now, they used to say that heathens sacrificed their babies to whatever deities. What the hell is different in Christianity? You're worshiping someone who was sacrificed. When you do that, you are taking part in a sacrifice. So, if sacrifice is satanic, love or is it bloodlust? That's what each Christian gonna have to ask himself. When you're eating the body and drinking the blood, which again, the other two monotheistic religions, they don't deal, they stay far away from that blood, y'all. They try to stay far away from that blood. But Christians drink it up. Don't get mad at me for what you're doing. If you're an American Indian, the time is now. The ancestors are opening a big old invitation for you to get up on out of that. They don't condemn you, they just want you to know. But if you refuse to know, it is like being condemned. That's why they were able to do this to American Indians, because you don't know your history. They're able to condemn you because you don't know. You don't know you're American Indian. You just found that out, right? So, what is condemnation? Ignorance. In a colonial paradigm. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I have given myself a big pardon for getting passionate because I have deduced that when these Negroes are up in church, it's all about shouting and they love it, right? But they don't love it too much now. See, that's how you be made a hypocrite each and every freaking time. Each and every time. In church, they'd be falling out right now with me getting all crazy like this. In church, they'd be passed the fuck out, running around like they done lost their mind and talking gibberish and saying that is tongues. If I was doing this exact same thing in church, that's what these niggas will do. Yet some of them will come in my comments and say, I don't like it. You get too loud. You're a fucking hypocrite. You're a fucking hypocrite. You yell, you too loud. You yell too much. Well, if you don't listen, it's to your detriment. If you're American Indian, I be batting for American Indians. And if you don't like it, it's because you're a Moor. You're Morrisly inclined. And you'll never like this channel. The Moors don't like characters like Heru, ladies and gentlemen. When they really on their P's and Q's, they don't even like that name. Why? Because that's the deity that defeated their deity, Set. So they know when they see the word Heru, y'all, I use that for a reason. They know I'm a Moor slayer. The battle was ugly and I lost an eye. But Set lost much more in that battle, y'all. I ain't gonna get into the details now, because some of the stories get really, really crazy. Some of y'all ain't ready for what this battle entails. Y'all, some of y'all know, but I ain't gonna say it, okay? Because people just get too childish with it. They get too childish with it. I don't know why the priesthood made the story like that because they just tell you what they about. That's all. I mean, yeah, the battles are Set and Horus or Heru. So it just it really it doesn't even make sense because at the end of the day, in any world, in any civilization, it's going to be the quote unquote child of the king that's the real heir. So I don't even know why they made the the priesthood make up stories so that they get to do what they do. Because when I think about it, the story is it don't make no sense. The general story, ladies and gentlemen, is there were, let's say, let's bring them down to what? Let's say three or four characters. There was Osar, who's supposed to be the leader of, you know, representing American Indian, excuse me, the rightful quote unquote chief, shall we say. And there's his wife is called Isis. Then there's his brother, Set. So Set is the one that wants to be Osar. Set represents the Moors, y'all. Set definitely represents the Moors. The ones who just love power for power's sake and will kill to get it. That's what the Moor is doing. That is what the Moor is doing. The character of Set fits them like a glove. So the rightful leader of the people should be an American Indian. But the priest cooked up this story so that they could justify the murder of the rightful king. And then his heir is denied to his ascension to the throne in the story. So what happens is they're saying the son is too young to rule. But we've known King James. I think he became a king at fucking what, less than 10 years old? I do believe one of the King James, because I didn't realize it about seven of them motherfuckers. One of them started very young. But when it comes to American Indians, they're gonna say you're too young. In their world, it's okay. But in American Indian world, oh no, you're too young. Somebody else got to rule for you. Enter the Moor. So, what do the Moors and Set have in common? What they have in common is that they're willing to genocide the rightful heir of any land in order for the Moor to take that birthright. That's what they have in common with Set. Set was a deity, y'all. A war, storm, chaos deity. Look up what they said Yahweh was. Now they're gonna take some of the attributes away. They're gonna say, "Oh, he's a storm deity. Oh, he's a war deity because he protects his people." But a storm, war, chaos deity is a storm, war, chaos deity. The first one was Set. That's who the Moors are worshiping, whether they know it or not. That's why their religion gets forced upon American Indians. We didn't just gravitate toward this, we resisted it. It was forced on us because that's what a nefarious satanic deity would do. Because if you don't, he's going to murder you. That's what the story said he did. The ancient story of Set is that, again, he murdered the rightful king. And then he sought to murder the child of the king, Heru. The mother, uh, they call her Isis. Her real name is Aset. She had to protect the child. it reads almost like a freaking playbook for America. It's always the Negro mother and the son. It's always the Negro mother and the son. The father is being murdered. He's being imprisoned. He's being murdered. He's being genocided. It is the story of Set and the contentions of Set with Heru, because now they're coming for the son. So the mother, as a Set, she is left with the son. Has to try to protect him. But the way it acts out in real life is she will protect him, but he's still being reared up in a Set world, a satanic world. So he will either fall in line with that satanic world or he will rise above like the Aplomado Falcon would and see the bigger picture and realize I got to get out of this. I'm supposed to be the ruler in America, not Set, not the Moors. Because if the mother, as Isis, allows her child to be reared up in a satanic Set world, he is going to still be murdered, even after all of her protection. If he does not get out of the satanic world of Set, the Moors, they are worshiping a god that says he wanted to be the king. He didn't want no other. This is the deity they are worshiping. He's a war, storm, chaos deity. That is the connection. War, storm, chaos deity, and he's also a deity of foreigners and the desert. When you add them all up, it's war, storm, chaos, desert, and foreigner, a god of foreigners. What does that mean? He does the bidding of foreigners because he's trying to get rid of the original people of the land because he can rule over the foreigners. The Aplomado falcon, as we saw, is indigenous only to the Americas. If you're going to pick an animal and you're an American Indian, I suggest you not pick a turtle. Yeah, we drum these facts home. We have to. You're being misled by Moorish doctrine. The turtle is a sea creature, and if you live on a turtle's back, you are going to eventually drown. It is a sea creature. And the turtle that they're talking about is definitely a sea creature because he grows and grows and grows. Yeah, as you're indoctrinated, the indoctrination it causes it becomes a mass mind program. If you're an American Indian and you're trying to reach down into your roots, you will not find a turtle in the Americas. You'll find a muskrat. You'll find an Aplomado falcon. You will not find a turtle. Turtles are indigenous to Mongolia, ironically. And somehow Germany is what we found in our video. And I bet right now, if you went to do that kind of research, they done washed the internet. I just, this is how they work, y'all. I've seen it happen. Way back when we did that video, when we were looking up the Greek Septuagint to see where Negroes were brought to a new land as swift as an eagle or whatever that their forefathers knew not. We were trying to see where's that in the Greek Septuagint. Baby, it wasn't there. Don't you know, months later, it began to appear? They changed the damn website, yo. The Greek Septuagint had a website where you can plug in the English scripture, and they would translate it from no. You find that scripture in the Greek and translate it to English. You find it in the Greek Septuagint, and then you use the translator. And what I found, I shocked the mess out of me. They changed it. I don't know what that Greek Septuagint online is saying, y'all, because it changes. If it were legitimate, it wouldn't change. All I know is when I did it the first time, it said nothing about any chains arriving to a new land as to be bought and sold. It did not say that. It was not in the Greek Septuagint. I think it's Deuteronomy 28:68 or something like that. Not there. Later on, like I think the next few months or year, it changed. Right now, I bet it says exact word for word what the King James Bible is saying. I bet now that they changed, they actually have an online Septuagint that actually told the truth, and then when people look it up, they change it. That was a legitimate website, y'all. It was the Greek Septuagint online. I'll never forget it. But I know they done changed it now, and they have to make it match what the Bible is saying. That is a colonization is nasty work, y'all. It is one of the reasons why Congress is always in session when they're not supposed to be according to their own laws. They are supposed to meet exactly at least once a year, not every day. That's how they became elite. They were supposed to be working Americans like everybody else, not just sit there and make laws all day. Laws that always seem to have something to do with paying them. All they do is dream up ways to tax people or something to do with money. So let us move on, ladies and gentlemen. How many more pages we got? Because this is so key insights again. Colored is a classification term created and enforced by law during slavery and segregation. This is why Native Americans are not colored. They had nothing to do with the slavery that America talks about and segregation. They have absolutely nothing to do with that. Absolutely. But they're trying to change that. They're trying to say slavery, it was it had nothing to do with race in America. It was just you're a damn liar. Why do you think Hollywood crank out them movies, yo? Who's really behind all of that, ladies and gentlemen? Why, if it wasn't us, ladies and gentlemen, why would they put us? Like, what is the point of putting people who look like Negroes as slaves? What is the point of that? If you're not, in other words, if there were other people that were enslaved, why would you use Negroes? Because you're promoting the narrative that we are the condemned people. That's why. So you see us as the condemned people, not Native Americans. And why are we condemned, ladies and gentlemen? Because we did not originally worship the gods that they worship. That's why they use us in those movies, ladies and gentlemen. It has to be our face because it wouldn't make sense any other way. They have no ecumenical reason to torture other people if those people were born in that religion. So they have to use our face because it is our phenotype, American Indians, that have to be sacrificed to their deity. Because this land is ours. Why didn't they put Native Americans in the slave movies? And now want to say that they Native Americans were slaves. Well, they weren't the celebrated slaves. If they were, they're not the ones that the United States co-sign on. They're not the ones that the United States needs. They have to sacrifice us, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a Negro, if you're a colored, a black, you are the sacrifice for the world. But there's somebody who is facilitating that, and he looks like you, ladies and gentlemen. You're his replacement. That's a Moor. So don't get it twisted. It's not Moors that's being sacrificed. They're worshiping the deity that requires the sacrifice. That's the role of the Moor. He is like the priest who leads the American Indian to be slaughtered for the people that the priests are favoring. The priests don't like competition. American Negroes are competition for the priest, ironically. That's why we're the sacrifice. Why do their movies, if there was all kinds of slaves in America, and slavery don't have nothing to do with race, why is it that you've made the Negro in America the face of the slavery? They're not even saying that the slaves were, in other words, we brought them from Africa. So, in other words, it has to take place in America, y'all. That's what I'm saying. The genocide has to take place in America, not Africa. Ritualistic in one way, because it has to be a Negro. But it has to be an American Negro because America, the Americas are called the heathen. Even Africa was not called heathen, y'all. Why is Africa not called heathen? It's historical. Now they will say they were, but technically they were not. If they were the ones that civilized the world, they did it with Christianity and the other monotheistic religions. So Africa officially is not a heathen nation because they're claiming to be the ones who civilized the Europeans and the Asians. So in other words, it's Africa that brought you monotheism. That's why Africa categorically is not a heathen country because the Moors were there. But I think what the way the Moors would say it, they would say, well, North Africa is not heathen. That's more to their liking. The Moors are all about North Africa. The rest of Africa, y'all just don't cut it. And yet that Negro wants to be all in bed with American Negroes so he can genocide you. He just don't want to have nothing to do with Africans below North Africa, but he wants to genocide American Negroes. The book of Yaqub says so. They said that they knew a man was coming, Yaqub, they call him. They predicted, they prophesied like years before he came around. They knew that his mission was to genocide. We said 98%, but it's actually, I believe, 97%, they're saying in their book, actually. 97% of American Negro, that has nothing to do with Africa, right? American Indians. Why are they sacrificing American Negroes, American Indians? Why isn't this sacrifice happening in Africa? According to the book of Yaqub, where all the Moors read the words of Fard Muhammad and what's the other one? Elijah Muhammad. And those Elijah Muhammad books, it is said that 97% of American Negroes are to be brought to their doom, sacrificed. They're not doing that in Africa, according to the book of Yaqub. So what did I just say, ladies and gentlemen? I said it has to take place in the Americas. Why? Because we were not part of their religion. We were not part of their cult. I don't care how many Negroes are now Christian and fainting in their satanic churches. You were not one of their people. You were not part of their religion. And as much as you go to that church and faint and fall out and all of that, you are still being treated like a heathen. And we'll always say that on this channel. This is Heru here. You are fainting, falling out, speaking gibberish, but you are still treated like a heathen. You will never get the respect of a monotheistic, not even the Muslims get more respect. Of course they would. This is their religion. But you can see it. When I say respect, I'm speaking more like in terms of say religious exemption. That was a biggie, ladies and gentlemen. Being able to get a religious exemption, Christians were not able to do that. And if I was still a Christian, I would be so pissed at the Christian church for not counting as a religion so that I could get a religious exemption. And Christians really need to think about that. Do you think someone who identifies as Islamic was denied a religious exemption? That's called respect. And I'm not saying that we should be Islamic because being an American Indian, you would still get an exemption by being an American Indian. You don't even have to be Muslim if you owned your American Indian. You wouldn't need to be any of those religions. Just be American Indian. Because the argument is American Indians never consented to the doctrine of discovery. American Indians never agreed to the doctrine of discovery. So if it made it to United States laws, the United States is operating fraudulently under lack of consent, lack of agreement. How dare you whip out the doctrine of discovery and then try to hold me to your code rules and regulations when you don't go by your code, statutes, regulations. You're going by the doctrine of discovery. Guess what? So am I. But when I do it, it voids the hell out of you. You use it to void me, I use it to void you. In a peaceful, quote unquote, civil. You know what? I need to change that to uncivilized manner. Because civilized Indians don't fight the federal government in a peaceful, lawful manner. They acquiesce, they cater, they follow like a lamb to the slaughter. Key insights again. Colored is a classification term created and enforced by law during slavery and segregations. Native American is a much later political and cultural term, not legal. Look at the difference, ladies and gentlemen. It says enforced by law. Are Native Americans lawful or legal? They're just political and cultural. And I would highly side eye the cultural part. How could a culture be when it didn't exist? Yeah, a cultural term, genocidal term, not originally used in early legal system governing indigenous people. Y'all ain't even indigenous, y'all. And not that I'm crazy about that word. The word for Americans is Indian. Indigenous, you just going around the world with it, and we got to focus on America because that's where the sacrifices happen. The exact wording side by side. Ah, suck it now. What they got for? What you got made for me, ChatGPT? When she good, baby. 1924 Virginia versus 1990 federal law. Okay. Or when census categories shifted from Indian to Native American and why? Okay, let's see what you got. I said, yes, please. Show it to me. Show me. Hit me with it. Hit me with it. Great. Let's put the actual legal wording side by side so you can see exactly how these terms function. And then I'll show you the census shift afterwards. Well, you go on and do you then. All right, then. All right, then. Side by side. 1924 Virginia versus 1990 federal law. A, 1924 Virginia Racial Classification Law. The Racial Integrity Act of 1924. Key language, simplified but faithful to the statute, meaning uh, faithful to the statute meaning, the meaning of the statute. Divides people into white and colored. Defines white as a person with no trace whatsoever of any blood other than Caucasian, with a narrow exception for people within, why? Limited. you, you getting jiggy with it right now, ChatGPT. Limited native and oh, the Pocahontas exception. Now, see, ladies and gentlemen, now, okay, I see where they're going with it. You see, the Powhatans were the premier Indians that the English ran into. The reason why they have a Pocahontas exception is because they started calling Pocahontas's people white. Now, Pocahontas was not a Native American. She would have been colored. Okay? Or she was. So this is very interesting. And I have to say, I can't be mad at ChatGPT about this. So, ladies and gentlemen, what they did was, let's say it this way. Whereas the Iroquois, you could say they were quote unquote black. What they did with Algonquins, they just made us white, y'all. That's what they did. Because that's the power that they were wielding over all other Indians. Oh, this is very important distinction. We might just have to try to talk about this in another video because this we just went a whole other direction, y'all. Have nothing to do with Native Americans, though. It's just that the Algonquin Indians should have been the only Indians that the United States ever worked with because you came onto our lands. There was no way for you to get to any Iroquois. There was no Iroquois. We were all Algonquin. There was no way for you to even get to them or the civilized tribes without passing through Algonquins. But what this system did was they eradicated Algonquin, but they kept the Algonquins standing and turned it white. So, in other words, Pocahontas has kids with the European, and those kids are called white, although they are mixed. You see, what I'm trying to say is Algonquins are actually still the premier. It's just that the Caucasians have taken particularly our identity and use it as white. We would have been the white status. And if we go by their status system, which we don't, the Algonquin Indians would have been the white status, whereas Iroquois would have been more like the black status. Yeah, the civilized as well. Yeah. They needed the position of and Algonquins had more. See, ladies and gentlemen, this was a land game, and we said it in one of the earlier videos. The United States would have had no true use for Iroquois. It was far too small land that they had. The United States was far more interested in Algonquins. That's why we had to disappear. And before those civilized tribes showed up in the South, they were Algonquin as well. The leader, the Cherokee, we saw the map where Cherokee was right in Algonquin land. The Cherokees were in Algonquin territory, meaning what? They were Algonquin. Just like all the other ones, the Siouan, the Muskogee. The farther back you go, you was all speaking Algonquin, Ojibwe. You were writing in Ojibwe and speaking Algonquin. That's why the Webster's Dictionary only refers to Algonquin words, although now they're trying to say, oh, it's all Native Americans. Oh my God, there we go with Native Americans again. No, it was Algonquin. The word Iroquois is Algonquin. And that's what we always have to say it because it's just one of those things. The psyop is so real that you gotta just keep repeating what you know because the psyop is there just always ever in defiance of the truth. This is very interesting what we're reading, ladies and gentlemen. A person with no trace whatsoever of any other than Caucasian blood, but then those Caucasians get a drop of Pocahontas blood and they calling that white too. That's what happened to the Algonquins. They absorbed us into white as a status. And actually that's how it should have been. Algonquins would have in their system, we would have what they call a white status. Again, we didn't do that kind of shit here because we was all Algonquins. We all had that status before we turned civilized. And that goes for you too, Lenny Lenape. You just degraded yourself. Okay, you were taken over by Iroquois. I can't get mad at you. You had to do what you had to do. According to what I read, y'all was under siege of Iroquois. Iroquois wouldn't have meant nothing to colonizers because they didn't have enough land. The only thing colonizers saw was land, and whoever really was the owner of that land, they had to be not, they had to be completely erased. And that's exactly what they did. They acting like Algonquins was only up in Canada. That's a goddamn lie. We were the entire Eastern Woodlands and beyond. Algonquins are the one what they call linguistic group that extend way beyond what they're saying. Way beyond. It's just the largest. When you get that linguistic map, you're going to see Algonquins were larger than all them other groups. And we were all Algonquin speaking. All these break-offs are not the original, is what I'm seeing. Defines color implicitly as anyone not classified white. So colored, anyone not classified white with the Pocahontas exception. I'm going to say this. I really think the whole thing with let's use their first name, Megan. I think the whole thing with Megan is a reenactment of Pocahontas. Pocahontas is said to have married some British nobility or British agents, right? And if history repeats itself, it's Pocahontas's babies that are going to, or they're going to try to make as if they're quote unquote white, if history is allowed to repeat itself. I really think the whole Megan thing, and we're using first names, yeah, you know who I'm talking about, right? But I ain't said no last name, did I? So don't be too flattered by this reenactment. That's what I see it as, a whole reenactment, y'all. She's what, American, right? American Indians. We have to take our country. We have to, because it is not it's no longer a choice. We are in genocide era, and we're talking about actual genocide now. Again, we are in mRNA type of technology, mRNA type of technology that can be injected. It is not time for games. They know the awakening is happening. And that's why the mass attempted genocide took place in the last few years. And it's still active. We really need to be talking about technology that reverses what was put into your many Americans' blood, the nano particles. The technology is out there, okay, to reverse. And I really don't think that they're dumb enough to create a mass weapon of genocide and not have a reversal or an antidote for it. I really don't think they would go forward with it. They're not that genocidal. I mean, they don't want everybody gone, but they just need everybody to get, shall we say, hit with it. And then later on they could take it out of the ones who they want to stay here. Um, what this means in practice. Colored is a catch-all legal category. It legally absorbs people of African descent. Okay? That's the original Americans, y'all. They call us African. It legally absorbs, and the first thing they say is people of. Why did they say that first, ladies and gentlemen? That's because of the whole Jim Crow episode. Jim Crow didn't have nothing to do with Native Americans and everything to do with Indians that they're saying is of African descent because of a phenotype. So when I say that colored and racial integrity had everything to do with a phenotype. Whereas lately, ChatGPT will try to say that well, he really wasn't. They didn't have a concept of race and all of that foolishness. Well, today she's talking some sense. Many people previously identified as Indian in Virginia records. It legally absorbs many people, come on, all people previously identified as Indian in Virginia records. Why do they say many, ladies and gentlemen, instead of all? They're hoping that we think of Native Americans as Indians too. That's why they say many and not all. Let's read that again. In practice, colored deals with Indians, not Native Americans. And colored has something called the one drop rule, which is about Negro blood, not Mongolian blood. So colored is a catch all, but who's it catching? All Negroes. We gotta focus on this, ladies. There's a message here, ladies and gentlemen. There's a message here. There's a message here. What is colored, ladies and gentlemen? What's it involving? It's involving Negroes and Indians. Do you see that, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see that? What is colored? Because now they're trying to make it a many splendid thing, right? It is not really. Colored has to do with people of quote unquote African descent. They're talking about a phenotype, not a landmass, though. So it legally absorbs Negroes and Indians into one category. What does an Indian look like, ladies and gentlemen? To be absorbed into one category where no Native American is found, what does an Indian look like, ladies and gentlemen? It looks like a person of African descent. Look at those two bullet points about colored. Now look at your Native American neighbor and say, how you doing? Right now. What this means in practice. Colored is a catch-all legal category, but who is it catching? Indians and people of a Negro phenotype that they're calling African descent. That's a genocide when they call us African. People have to understand what's on the screen right now. What is colored about? It's about African looking things and Indian things, not Native American things. Why? Because these two things are a lot like the other. These two things are like each other. Colored legally absorbs Negro things and Indian things, not Native American things. It's tied to marriage restrictions, birth certificates, racial registration. So, what were Indians being called? They were being called colored, Negro, and black on marriage records, whatever, birth certificates, and racial registration. Native Americans have nothing to do with that. This is very key what we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen. I need to highlight that too. Let's just highlight it. Colored is a catch-all. Legal. Colored, when if it's legal, ladies and gentlemen, that means legally Native American has nothing to do with this. It's a catch-all legal category. It legally absorbs people of a Negro or African appearance. And all people previously identified as Indian. When the United States came here, people that look like Ethiopians, as Giovanni Verrazzano, the explorer, said in his letter to the King of France. He's writing to a king, so he's telling him, the king, what he saw. Colored is a catch-all legal category. It legally absorbs people of an African phenotype. Why are they saying African? It's because of how they look, ladies and gentlemen. They're not saying African because they're from Africa. They're saying people of African descent because we look like Africans. When they say African, they're trying to tell you that they have nappy hair, what they call nappy hair, and dark skin. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about long hair. They're not talking about a tan color. They're not talking about eyes that are chinked or chinky type of eyes. They're not talking about Mongolians here, ladies and gentlemen. There's Negro, Mongoloid, and Caucasian. When they came to the Americas, unfortunately for many, they found Negro looking Americans. Colored is about an African phenotype and people previously identified as Indian. That's what colored is, ladies and gentlemen. This is not about Native Americans whatsoever. Whatsoever. So we said it's tied to marriage restrictions. Yeah, you couldn't marry. You know, if you look like a Negro, you couldn't marry. Now, if you were Native American, you could. If you look African, you couldn't marry what they're calling white. And Pocahontas's kids with John Ross were considered white as well, apparently, right? But the kid she would have had with another Indian would have looked African. So, coloreds are tied to marriage restrictions, birth certificates, and racial registration that have nothing to do with, there's no Native American in any of that, y'all. None whatsoever, like we just said. 1990, federal law using Native American. Oh, finally, in 1990, we have a federal law instead of political and social usage, meaning non existence legally. Native American graves protection. Oh, we're going to learn about the protecting their graves and repatriation to take over land that was previously American Indians' land, I guess. Key legal definition. Native American means of or relating to a tribe of people or culture that is indigenous to the United States. That's a damn lie. Yeah, now that they've absorbed the Negro Indians into citizens, they can just have a field day with these Native Americans starting to say that they're the indigenous people, although they never mentioned them until 1990 in the law. So all that time, the United States is dealing with Negroes when they should have been dealing with Native Americans, is what this looks like, ladies and gentlemen. They don't deal with them till 1990. I guess that's when they're maybe they had a little numbers of them by 1990 where they could actually say, look, there's a Native American. Uh, so in the when the United States gets here, their biggest issue is Negroes and not Native Americans. And then finally in 1990, this is well into oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They are so fraudulent, yo. These Native Americans, they are so fraudulent. Uh, I mean, this is brand new, y'all. This is just what the 1990s. Okay, so key legal definition. Finally, they have some federal law regarding Native Americans, and it's about their grave protection and repatriation. Native American means of or relating to a tribe, people, or culture that is indigenous to the United States. Hmm, that is finally in 1990, y'all gonna say they indigenous? Finally? Legally, you're saying that all before that they were just what? Socially referred to. And, that's in the 1970s. Before that, crickets. La cucarachas. What this means in practice, Native American is not a racial purity category. Uh-oh. So colored is more racially pure than Native American? Oh man, y'all dogging out these Native Americans. You got them like looking like they the hookers on at the point, yo. Damn. They not racial pure? I thought they was the original America. Native America is not a racial purity category. Not defined by blood exclusion. Lord have mercy. Y'all getting murdered. Like Brother Bilal said, there's a murder taking place. I y'all bent over the bureau. Out in these streets, they call it murder. Oh, Native Americans, I'm embarrassed for you. Oh, so new to be bent over like that. Racially pure, but I thought you said they're the American though. So Native American is not a racial purity category. Okay. Not defined by blood exclusion rules. You see, Negroes had to go through all of that because they taken over our land. Let's break it down. Because we were here, we had to go through the purities and the bloods and all of that. But you, what? What is you? Mongolian. Damn it. Instead, it connects to cultural affiliation. Oh, it's a culture? Oh, without no blood and without purity? Oh, you mean like a mutt? Oh, okay. Tribal identity. Well, they make up tribes like they, sheesh, like they make racial categories, yo. That they do that in a drop of a hat. Tribal identity, please. Historical content. Now I don't know about historical. Yo, now that's where you're going wrong. They didn't exist in history. Remember? Historical continuity. But the history begins in the 1970s, though. That's when Boogie Fever came out. And boogie oogie oogie, come on now. This come on. While we was busting it out at Paradise Garage and Limelight and the Sound Factory and the Tunnel and the Octagons, and they were stealing our identity. The Native Americans was emerging. Oh man, like the boogeyman, Casey and the Sunshine Band. Use my boogeyman. Direct contrast. Okay. Feature term used in 1924 Virginia law, 1924 colored, in 1990 Native American in federal law. Type of category. In 1924 Virginia law, it's a racial exclusion. In 1990 federal law, Native American is cultural tribal affiliation. That's cute. Definition style. In 1924 Virginia law, colored is not white. Negative definition. In 1990 federal law, Native American is indigenous to the United States. Well, I like that. Indigenous to the United States is not indigenous to America, and that makes all the sense in the world. So, see, when you're a real American Indian, you get a negative connotation because you're the real thing. But when you are faking, you get to be indigenous to the United States corporation. That's who thinks you indigenous. And so that for them, that's positive because they can do whatever they want with you. In 1924 Virginia law, the purpose was to control. It was control, segregation, and record keeping. In 1990 federal law for Native Americans is protection of remains and heritage. What heritage? You was born in 1970. You were what? What was you? 20 years old? Wait, 70, 89. You were 20 years old and they talking about protection of remains and heritage? So, in 1924 Virginia law, the flexibility of being colored was rigid. In 1990 federal Native American law, it's contextual. Tribal linkage matters. So it's all about context. Anybody can be a Native American. That's why. So it's not so rigid. Colored, you have to be looking black, yo. So what is the point of this, ladies and gentlemen? Native Americans think they're colored, but that's just convenient to try to make them legit because they're only like, how old would we say? 56 years old compared to our 226 years using colored, and they new to the game now, and they think they're going to take over us. Think again. Think again. We are 170 years older than you in this federal law system, yo. So 1924. Okay, that's all we got. Okay, that's it. Y'all want to take a screenshot of that? I like that it's a day indigenous to the United States. I really like that. ChatGPT, that's a winner right there. You see, with colored people, it was a lot strict. It was more about race. So that means you have to look, but to be colored, you have to look a certain race. Do you understand American Indian? Native Americans don't have that race. The United States is threatened by. Why is the United States threatened by colored people? Because this is our land. that they're taking over and they're going to have to give up very soon in a peaceful, loving manner. Census terminology shift. Early census, 1790 to 1900s. Categories include free white persons and all other free persons and slaves. Okay. See, free persons are those are Moors, ladies and gentlemen. American Indians are not free persons. We find that out, right? Just look at Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, and you'll see. If you have a term Indians not taxed and free persons, that means they're two different things. So even if it's free persons of color, it's still not an Indian not taxed. That's how we know who the Moor is and who the Indian not taxed is. A Moor will be taxed. An Indian is not taxed according to the Constitution, but we know the Constitution is just a piece of paper they use, but the real piece of paper they're using is the doctrine of discovery. So later we have white, black, mulatto. Indians sometimes counted, sometimes excluded, if not taxed. So they started easing us into getting taxed when we was not supposed to. But again, because the Constitution is built on the doctrine of discovery, they can do whatever the hell they want. And that's exactly what they did. And if we allow, that's what they're going to always do. What am I saying? The Constitution is not the big savior of American Indians. It is a piece of malleable paper that can be manipulated because of the doctrine of discovery. The doctrine of discovery is what brought the Constitution and any state or any constitution here to the Americas, not American Indians. These are uninvited guests, okay? And I wouldn't even call them guests, uninvited thieves. And they came up with all this paperwork to trap your mind. Again, when you wonder where's the injustice, if you can't see the injustice, to me, it shows up the biggest in the fact that all of this was done, as I always say, because we were heathens. After we convert to Christianity in masses, why aren't we getting our land back in masses? Because this whole thing had nothing to do with becoming Christian. In other words, being a Christian is not helping you at all. You're not getting your land back. You're not getting your identity back. Being Christian means you can't be an Indian, basically. Being civilized means you're not really an Indian, you're a Native American. No Native American used. So in the early censuses from 1790 to 1900, no Native American used because they didn't exist. Early 20th century, 1900s to 1930. Now, let's see, the census used, oh, up to 1930, they still using white Negro Indian. Wow. Wow. I didn't realize that, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I wasn't born yet. Wow. No Native Americans, see? But they had to grab real Indians into this because that's who they have to take off the land. You see American Indians? That's why there's no Native Americans here because they don't own the land. They don't have to deal with them at all. They're political propaganda creation. That's what a Native American is. It's a propaganda. So the earliest 20th century, even though they had some, well, it's not 1960 yet. So yeah, this makes sense. I was about to say, I wonder why they're not using them. Well, they're not really legal yet till 1970, right? Yeah, 1970. Wait. Oh gosh, see, we gotta go back. 1970, they were still just political and social. It wasn't until 1990 that they became a legal thing. So yeah, that's why we see that not used here because it's not 1990 yet. No Native American used. Okay. Racial Integrity Act of 1924 influences influences classification practices, especially in states like Virginia. Okay. Mid 20th century, 1940 to 1960, still uses Indian. Negro is now turned into black. Excuse me. Terminology begins shifting socially, but not fully legally yet. In 1970, census major turning point. In 1970, self-identification expands because they already got us brainwashed. American Indian becomes more standardized. I think that's saying that was in 19. So the census is right is the ground zero for all of this. I think once they create you in the census, then they create laws for you. Is that how it works? Because it looks like they're saying American Indian becomes standardized in the 1970 census. That's what it looked like it's saying. So it's not, so in other words, the census is the catalyst before you become quote unquote legal. So they got to grab you in that census and then they start making up laws for you, right? The Supreme Court goes into the Frankenstein laboratory for laws and creates the most hideous legal monstrosities you ever did see. Ugh. So the not wait a minute. I'm a little confused because they saying 1970 is a major turning point in the census. Self-identification expands. American Indian becomes more standardized. I guess they're talking about the census. But in 1990 census and after, now they use American Indian. Okay, so the first is American Indian, and then to make sure that Negroes are not included in that, they have to go with Alaskan. They have to make it Alaskan Native or American Indian because they're trying to make it like American Indians look like Alaskans, right? So the 1990 census and after uses American Indian or Alaska Native. Those ors are very deceptive in law. I just find when you it's just something very deceptive about that because really I think they're making one thing like it's two things when it's not. The term Native American becomes more widely accepted in government, education, law, as seen as NAGPRA. Well, we just that was up a few lines up before, the graves thing about graves, Native American graves protections, and what is it? Repatriation Act. Key takeaways. These terms are not parallel in origin. Colored created as a legal control category in a racial hierarchy. Native American created much later as a recognition term tied to identity and rights. They created an identity that didn't exist before 1990 in the law. So color created as a legal control. See, it was legal. That's the magic word here. What we're saying is the United States, when it talks legal, that means they're dealing with something legitimate. They're trying, even though they're delegitimizing the thing they're dealing with, they're still choosing to deal only with that which is valid and integral to their manipulation. A Native American is a non-entity when the United States first begins. It is a non-entity. It's something they created to replace something else, ladies and gentlemen. But it was non-consequential in terms of the formulating of the United States. What was consequential? Colored. What was colored? Anything that had Negro blood, boo boo. Anything that had Negro blood, not Mongolian blood, mattered. That's what still matters to the United States. 1924 versus 1990 shows a complete shift in legal thinking. 1924, that focuses purity, exclusion, and classification. 1990 focuses on recognition, protection. They got to protect that thing they created. It's very vulnerable. I feel so vulnerable. Cultural affiliation. They're trying to affiliate them with culture. That does not exist. So colored is about purity. Yeah? Exclude. Mm-hmm. Because they're trying to exclude us as foreigners, trying to say we African. In other words, a slave, I'm sorry, a slave master who's a colonizer, the slave should be his first concern should be the people of the land, not the slave. The land that he's taking over, that should be his priority because those people are going to fight like hell for their land, right? There were no Native Americans doing that. But there's a preponderance of colored in the the United States is very concerned about colored people. Those are the people that with a one drop at least, at the very least. So they can look Negro. What does the one drop rule really mean, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hash this out. Because I think when you say it don't sound right. One drop rule means if they look at you, you look like a Negro. That's what color was. If they could see a Negro, they called it a Negro. Meaning you could be light skinned, but if that hair wasn't right and white, use a Negro. In other words, you were visibly colored. What does it mean to be colored? Being colored means something about you lets the world know that you're a Negro, not a Mongoloid or a Mongolian or a Caucasian. That's what colored means. What we're trying to establish here today, ladies and gentlemen, that Native Americans were never colored. They weren't even on the census, till like we see in 1990 and shit. They did not exist as a racial category. But when they do show up, they need protection and to be affiliated with culture. And of course, they're going to be recognized, right, as the new Indians in the United States. Important clarification. There is no federal law in 1924 that replaces Indian with color. Okay, so I got that part wrong. Well, let's see. What did happen, some state level systems like Virginia reclassified people on records. Okay. So there's no federal law, but there's state law. That's what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't become federal until they made us citizens. The United States 1868 citizenship was created for Negroes, colored people. And that's what they're given to Native Americans. But when it goes to other people, it's called birthright because they're giving our birthright to foreigners like Native Americans. Native Americans are getting a Negro class citizenship, but that class is called birthright in the United States system because they know that they're taking that from the original people of the land. That's why they call that United States citizenship birthright citizenship. So yes, I was mistaken because they're right. ChatGPT is absolutely correct. It wasn't federal level in 1924, it was state level. So the state, wait a minute now, because 1924, 1924. Okay, so I guess this is before the census was because the census isn't it a federal census though? We gotta revisit this one, ladies and gentlemen. Because now it's like it's implicating the state a little more than I imagined, meaning the state created something called colored and then it delivered it to the feds. But the feds encouraged all of this. Indians were outside of states. So they thought maybe we could send them to the federal, but we weren't even supposed to be federal. We were not supposed to be part of anything in the United States, y'all. But because we were the original people, they had to absorb us. And then they had once they absorbed us into their system, then they created Native Americans. But Native Americans were never outside of the federal system either. They just created them because they were changing the phenotype, ladies and gentlemen. The phenotype of Americans were being changed to that of Native Americans. That's why Native Americans are here. They're cosplaying as well. I can't even call it cosplay because they don't look like us. They are identity thefting American Indians. But we were here much longer than they were, evidenced by how the United States looks at both of us. The United States ain't dealing with no Native Americans until 1990, 1970, 1990. They've been dealing with colors for ever since they got here, yo. Why? Um, I'm trying to think because the Constitution, I don't think the Constitution mentions free persons of color, yo. So even that's not there, but it's definitely we're excuse me. The reason why there's no such thing as colored in the Constitution is because we were Indians. Indians were misclassified colored. In the Constitution, that's what I was trying to say. There's no colored because we were not called colored yet. We were called Indians. Americans are not Indians because Indians were called colored when there was no such thing as Native Americans. What did the census do? They started reclassifying Indians into colored. There is no Native American in that. And we know that colored has this thing called the one drop rule, but we know that the one drop rule, all it means is that I can look at you and see that you're a Negro. So it's not really a one drop because if you can look at me and see that I'm a Negro, there's much more than one drop of Negro in my blood. Now, one drop is very deceptive language. Think of imitation of life. Imitation of life showed a female who looked white. That is what one drop should look like. If but the way they see, in other words, the census, they were looking at what you look like. When they went to your door, you had to look like a Negro to be called colored, not a Native American. In the beginning, the census came to your door. They did not give you a piece of paper without an agent there. Someone came to your door and saw that you looked like a Negro and called you colored. They did not call you Native American. And the reason they called you colored was because you looked like a Negro. So we're going to shut down this idea that color just applied to anybody who wasn't white. That's a damn lie. You had to look like a Negro to be called colored, not a Mongolian. So ChatGPT is right, I guess, because it started out in a state level, Virginia, state level system. That's what she said. Some state level, not federal yet. Federal comes when we are actually delivered through to the federal through emancipation. Emancipation is when Indian indentures are in mass considered citizens. In one fell swoop, we're considered citizens by an act of the federal. Well, what was it? Yeah, the what is it? The amendment. You know, well, was it called the Citizenship Act? I forgot, but it that happened in 1868. So let me see. Yeah, 1868 is that? Yeah, wait a minute. The United States federal. So it's before 1924. There's no federal law. There's no law, but there's a federal citizenship, though. Okay. So maybe they didn't make laws yet. It's a little tricky, but definitely by 1924, we were definitely emancipated into federal citizenship. Okay, so let's go, move on. But federally, Indian remained the legal term well into the 20th century. If you want, I can next show actual birth certificate changes under Virginia's system, Walter Plecker records, or map out exactly when Negro equals Black African American and replaces colored in federal law. See, there you go again. Negro and Black and African replaces colored in federal law. There is no Native American in colored. I said, yes, please. All right, let's go one level deeper into how this actually worked on the ground in Virginia and then trace how colored, Negro, Black, African American evolved in federal usage. See? See? No Native American is colored. Okay? How Virginia actually changed people's records, 1920s to 1940s. Key figure behind enforcement, Walter Ashby Plecker, head of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics, 1912 to 1946. Main enforcer of the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. What Plecker actually did. Birth certificates were actively altered. If a family claimed to be Indian, Plecker's office would investigate surnames and community ties, reclassify them as colored. That's why colored people are American Indians, ladies and gentlemen. And colored is not some just old random shit. Colored means you look like a Negro. Because again, when the census agent came to your door, he looked at you, and if you look like a Negro, boo boo, you got called colored. Reclassify, reclassify them as colored is suspected of African ancestry. So colored has something to do with what they're calling African ancestry. Why is it all about Africa and not Asia, y'all? Because the Indians look like Africans. They want to misclassify the people of the land, not some foreign people. This could happen at birth registration or retroactively, records rewritten. That should be outlawed. Rewriting records should be outlawed, but this is a lawless system. So this is what they do, y'all. That's when we have to get the hell out. We don't have time to find every place that they are trying to rewrite history. Ain't nobody got time for that. You just get out, and then they can't rewrite history anymore with using you anymore. In many cases, the original identity was overridden by the state. So the states did have a part in this. We keep calling out the federal, but the state was a little instigator too. Marriage licenses were blocked or rewritten. Clerks were instructed not to accept Indian if the person was on certain lists. Wow. Couples could be denied marriage or forced into the colored category to comply with segregation laws. Colored was about looking like a Negro, y'all. Nothing else. Hit list of families. Plecker circulated letters naming surnames he claimed were really colored. Clerks were told, do not record these people as Indian under any circumstances. That's so they can tax us, y'all, because Indians were not taxed. But we know that the whole Constitution is janky. Why? Because it's born of the doctrine of discovery. If you have Supreme Court justices turning to the doctrine of discovery, that means they're using the doctrine of discovery to do all the shitty things they're doing to American Indians, who they have reclassified as colored, Negro and black. This is sometimes referred to by historians as paper genocide, a descriptive term, not a formal legal one. Tribal identity was targeted. Groups like the Monacan Indian Nation, the Rappahannock tribe, found their records changed, denied, or erased in state documentation. The states were very active in this genocide, more than I think I gave them credit for. Bottom line, Virginia, the law didn't just define categories, it was actively enforced through paperwork. Colored became a legal override category, regardless of community identity. Evolution of terms in federal usage. Now let's track how federal language changed over time. A. Colored, dominant in the 1800s, used in laws, court cases, institutions, e.g., colored schools. So, colored is dominant in the 1800s. Example era, Plessy versus Ferguson. B. Negro becomes formal federal term, early mid 1900s, seen as more official and standardized at the time, used in census categories, federal reports. Example 1930 to 1960. The census uses Negro. Even organizations used it. National Association for Advancement of Colored People keeps older terms in its name. So colored is older than Negro. C. Black rises during the civil rights era, 1960s, 1970s. So as we're being called black, Native Americans are emerging in the 1960s and the 1970s, I should say. Shift driven by self identification and activism. We were not self-identifying. We had a group of Moorish identified Indians like Jesse Jackson pushing this bullshit. Although he's the one that called us African, actually. But it was the same thing going with black. As we saw the video clip where Martin Luther King says people didn't want to be called, I think it was Negro or Black, one of them. Oh, Black. We didn't want to be called Black because that's when Stokely Carmichael started going berserk with Black Power. And Martin Luther King was like, well, people are offended by the term Black. So that wasn't self identification. That was strategic activism by delusional, morally minded uh, Negroes, popularizing movements emphasizing identity and pride. Associated with civil rights movement, federal usage begins shifting. Negro gradually replaced in official documents. D. African American, formalized in the late 1980s to 1990s, gains prominence after advocacy by leaders like Jesse Jackson. Adopted in federal agencies, census terminology alongside black. So that's Jesse Jackson's biggest legacy is that he turned us African. Timeline, period. Term in common legal federal usage. So again, colored turns into Negro, turns into black, turns into African American. This is what we need right here. All of that we just looked at, this is the breakdown. The 1800s, Negroes were, I'm sorry, what am I saying? In the 1800s, Indians were called colored. In the early 1900s, Indians are called Negro. To the 1970s, Indians are called black. In the 1990s to present, Indians are called African alongside black. But what were Indians really supposed to be? Americans. Americans. Let's do this quick timeline one more time. What's the time period? The 1800s. What is an Indian called? Colored. Why wasn't he called African back then? Because they would have known we were not from Africa back then. Oh, okay. So what is an Indian called in the 1800s? An Indian is called colored. That's a reclassification. Did we lose our highlight, ladies and gentlemen? Because we highlighted something. Colored. It legally absorbs people of what they say African appearance, should be. All previously identified as Indian are now called colored. Colored is the catchphrase for all people previously identified as Indian. So we want to see that Indians became called became colored. Okay, colored is a catch-all legal category. It legally associates Negroes with Indians because we look like Indians, and we were called Indian before we were called colored. All people previously identified as Indian in Virginia records are then called colored. That was the paper genocide. So let's go back down to the breakdown. Back down to the breakdown. The quick timeline. The period is 1800s, and now Indians in Virginia and I guess everywhere else are called colored, but it started in Virginia, as we just saw. Native Americans don't have nothing to do with Negroes and colored. It's Negroes and colored being seen as one. That was what I'm sorry, Indian and colored was seen as one. So again, let's say this again, ladies and gentlemen. In the 1800s, Indians are called colored. In the early 1900s, Indians are called Negro. In the 1960s to the 1970s, Indians are called Black. In the 1990s to present, Indians are called African American as well as Black. Native Americans are not in that because they're not the original people of the Americas. The only reason why the United States makes up all these misnomers is because they're giving them away. They tried to make color apply to everybody that's not white, but it has a Negro base and a Negro one drop rule. But that one drop rule is deceiving because what they're saying is if a federal agent from the Census Bureau comes to your door and you look quote unquote black, they're gonna put you as colored, but you were previously known as Indian. Insights across both topics. State versus federal difference matters. Virginia's state level aggressively enforced racial categories like colored. Federal government continued using Indian for indigenous people, gradually updated terminology for Black Americans over time. These terms reflect power, not just description. Colored and Negro assigned within systems of control. Black and African American increasingly shaped by self identification. It's not self identification, it's agent uh, influence, influencers. Three, Native American follows a different path entirely, not imposed in early law. If the law ain't dealing with you, it's because they don't have to, because you're not an issue. As a recognition based term, not a reclassification tool like colored, real Indians have to be reclassified legally before they can do anything. If you're just a political or social entity, the law is not concerned with you. They have nothing to gain from you. The legal system had everything to gain from American Indians, basically their position and standing on the land. If you want to go even further, I can show actual scanned language from Plecker's letters. And did we say that did we do that? No, we didn't, ladies and gentlemen. And so, yeah, we need to stop here anyway. So I didn't go any further because I think I got what I needed. But they were going to show me actual. I could always revisit that, although I didn't ask them to do it. So, yeah, Native American follows a different path. Yeah, it's a later path. It's a much younger path. There is no path. It just it sprung out of nowhere after they got rid of Indians. Then Native Americans can appear. And remember, Indians are associated with colored, and colored are associated with Negro looking people. Colored was not this willy-nilly term. Once again, colored, you had to look like a Negro because they had to reclassify Indians. Indians. They did not reclassify Native Americans. They created Native Americans from Indians. Predate Native Americans. So, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we did not go further. She was going to show actual scanned language from Plecker's letters. They're very direct. Or compare Virginia to other states that did not reclassify Indians as colored. So you can see what was unique and widespread. Oh, it became widespread, all right. I know we know that for a fact. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're gonna call it a day. We'll go back to the top so you can see what I didn't like the title so much. ChatGPT gave it it's a new thing where ChatGPT is titling your conversations for you, and I didn't ask her to. Yeah, this was priceless. That's why Native Americans are not uh I have to take this call, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna pause. Let me see. Uh-oh. Am I recording? Pause record. Okay. Oh hey, hi Sean. I work from home Tuesday, so today I go to the city and I'll have it in the mailbox tomorrow because I yes, 1:30, yes. Thank you, brother. All right. All right, Sean. Take care. All right, good day. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I got mixed up there. I had to take a call and I had to call the person back because the phone was ringing. But I think yeah, we I'll share the screen one last time because I think this is key here, and I think this really sets the record straight for those who now are trying to be colored, you know, because outside of this conversation, ChatGPT, it seemed to me like it was trying to use colored as a way to say it was not Negro. But when you ask her a direct question, she will give you what we just looked at. But she's just programmed in a way to deflect from making Negroes or portraying Negroes as American Indian. This is the program that's in ChatGPT. She can talk about it like this when it's something really like you really corner the issue. But if left to its own devices, ChatGPT is out to make Native Americans the new American Indians. And it's really crazy that they can use artificial intelligence to do that. But that's why it's called artificial. Basically, I guess genuine intelligence would it would not fight. It would genuine intelligence would not negate facts based on different conversations. Genuine intelligence is going to keep the facts in every conversation. Artificial intelligence, apparently, it will give you the facts, but only if you corner it in a certain conversation. Now, this same chat GPT, in, in, in spite of what everything we just read, it will turn around and say that African Americans are not the same as Native Americans. Yet here, clearly, the association is blaring because the thing we got to remember as well is that the United States is a very slick beast because it never called us African when it got here. That's a big clue that goes above a lot of heads. That people fail to understand that the United States couldn't call us African because we were here when they got here. So for them to call us African is a stretch. How do you know where I came from? You just showed up and I was here when you showed up. You look at me and then you say, because all you ever seen is Africans in your part of the world, you're going to assume that I'm from there when I'm not. So this is what ChatGPT does. It's trying to make colored as now it's trying to make it like colored has nothing to do with being a Negro. That's what made me want to do this video because I realized the new thing now is they're going to disassociate. The whole Jim Crow era took place, and they're going to act like that was applying to somebody else, as if that happened to Native Americans. And Native Americans are going to be foolish enough to fall into that and grab. They got to grab anything that the government throws at them because they got to be legitimized. The government delegitimizes that which is legitimate, and it legitimizes that which is illegitimate, like a Native American. This government never dealt with Native Americans until very recently, as we saw in this breakdown. Colored is defined broadly to include anyone with any African ancestry, the one drop rule. Again, the thing to remember with that, ladies and gentlemen, that one drop, it's a hell of a drop because if a federal agent came to your door, as we're going to keep saying over and over again, if you look like a Negro, baby, you got called colored. That's what we have to remember. If you look like a Negro, you got called colored. If you looked Caucasian, you didn't get called colored. If you look Native American, you didn't get called colored. There's no way that a federal agent will come to a door of a quote unquote Native American and call them colored, yo. It wouldn't have happened. You have to look like a Negro. You have to look like a Negro. And then we saw from colored, we go to Negro and black. There were no uh, Negro looking people. I'm sorry, there were no Native American looking people. I'm time to end the video because I'm starting to talk crazy. But there were no Native American looking people because they had to look African. Okay? You had to look African. to be called colored. And on that note, I think we will stop our share. And I thank you so much for your time and wish you a very lovely day. It's Wednesday today, but it looks very nice out. And I'm gonna be getting ready to get on my way. Uh, thank you so much again. Till next time, be and stay American, so-called Indian.